It is often the small steps, not the giant leaps, that bring about the most lasting change. A very good morning to one and all, dignitaries on and off the dais, invitees, conference participants, deans, HODs, faculty members, students, and everyone present here. On behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering, Karnataka Law Society's Jubilee Institute of Technology, I, Professor Prajakta Patil, welcome you all to the inaugural function of the first International Conference on Green Energy, Environmental Engineering and Sustainable Technologies 2023. The minds gather to exchange ideas, inspire each other, and shape the future. I now call upon Ms. Aditi Pai to invoke the Almighty. Thank you. I now call upon Dr. M.S. Patil, Principal, KLSGIT, to accord a formal welcome to the August gathering.
Namaskara and good morning to one and all present here. Respected members on the dais, Chief Guest of today's event First International Conference, Dr. G.R. Delgado sir, Chairman GC KLSGIT, Sri Rajendra Bhavakar sir in absentia, Dr. Shweta Gowder, Dean IRDC, Dr. Vaibhav Chate, the convener and HOD of Civil Engineering Department. We have Professor D. Kulkarni sir, Dean Admin, and friend of G.R. Delgado sir, faculty members, students, and participants. Yes, sir, first of all, I formally welcome you all for this inaugural function of the first international conference on green energy, environmental engineering, and sustainable technology 2023. Yes, if you see these three words, green energy, environmental engineering, and sustainable technology, they are not three different words. They are not three different phases. In fact, they are connected to one another. They are related to one another. Without green energy, we can't think of environmental sustainability, and without thinking of environmental, we can't build sustainable nature. So for us, this is the time where we need to think about all aspects for the growth. If you go back to the history, with the discovery of fire, then the invention of the wheel, later on again coming with the steam engines, this petroleum products, we had first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, third industrial revolutions, and now we are talking about the industry 4.0. Yes, all because of happen and happening because of for the growth of the mankind and for the growth of the society. At the same time, when we talk about society, also we need to take care of the mother nature as well. Yes, the society has to grow, there will be growth in the population, the technology has to grow, but at the same time, we need to maintain the balance between the two. And last
rate of depletion will come down. And now, yes, when we are talking about all these things, engineering plays a very important role as technologists, as engineers, as professionals, as chemists or a physicist. We need to think about how technology can be used to harness the power present in the nature without harming the nature. And that's the reason why with our thinking and our technology should work out. We should try to leverage our expertise in innovations and in also in scientific developments so that all these scientific developments are in tune with the nature and without harming the nature. At the same time, it is serving the purpose for the mankind and humanity. Yes, sustainability is one of the important topics what we need to bother about. Just now we were discussing in one of the meetings how we should infuse that as engineers. Though we are mechanical, we are civil, we are electronics, we are CS, etc. We need to think about sustainable growth as well. It's not that only being a computer engineer, we're only talking of computers, but at the end, to run a computer, you need power. It is also used by generated by certain other resources. So we need to look into this. And I think this is the right and apt topic what the institute has taken green energy, environmental energy, and sustainable technology. And there are many resources. I have come to know that there were about 60 papers were presented in this conference. And all these delegations and interactions will be a fruitful effort and later on help us to grow in this direction. Thank you, one and all. And I thank all the participants for participating in this event. Thank you and welcome you all for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request Dr. Shweta Gowder, Dean IRTC KLS GIT, to tell us about the International Conference on Green Energy, Environmental Engineering and Sustainable Technologies 2023.
Good morning to one and all. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Gowder, respected Principal MS Patil, sir, convener of the conference and the head of the department Civil Engineering, Dr. Vaibhav Chate, sir, and all my dear colleagues and student friends, and all the delegates who are offline and online joining us for this conference. To say about this is, I would like to congratulate the convener of this conference and his team for making it to this inauguration. So this is the first international conference on green energy, environmental energy and sustainable technology hosted by Gupta Institute of Technology. So for this day, it was an effort of last 12 months to make it to this day. The team worked so hard for making it, and it's not just the name international, truly it is international, where more than 7 countries other than India are participating, are submitted the papers, are being accepted for this conference after the 2 levels of assessment, the blindfolded by the reviewers. So the papers have come from the Asia Pacific region, UK and US and India definitely. So there were about 267 papers which were submitted for the conference for the call of proposal. Then out of which 63 after the two levels of assessment review were selected and they would be presented here. The good thing of this conference is the proceedings would be published in the Web of Science conference series, which is in the Scopus. So this would be a good platform for the delegates who have presented and the researchers to earn a credit in the academic as well as it would contribute to the institute. So there are, I mean, because it is in a hybrid mode, probably we cannot see because after COVID, this has become a new normal where most of them are presenting online. So with this, I think there are few offline participants also here. So with this, I wish a good stay for people who have come on offline here at Belagavi, and I wish all the best for the conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am, for those insights. I now call upon Dr. Shweta Patil, Associate Professor, Civil Engineering Department, KLSGIT, to introduce the chief guest of today's function, Dr. G.R. Dodgegowda, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Indian Institute of Technology, Madras.
Good morning to all the dignitaries on and off the dais. It's my privilege to introduce the chief guest of today's function, Dr. G.R. Dodgegowda. Born on 1st June 1969, Sir completed his diploma in 1988 from DTE, Bangalore. Later, he obtained BE degree in 1992 from Karnataka University, Dharwad. He obtained MTech degree in Geotechnical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay in 1995 and doctoral degree also from Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay with specialization in Geotechnical Engineering in 2001. He is professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Chennai since 2002. He has 1 year of experience in industry and 21 years of experience in research and teaching. He has guided 21 PhD students, 7 MS students, and 20 MTech students so far, and is presently guiding 9 PhD students, 1 MS student, and 2 MTech students. He has published 68 papers in international journals and 36 papers in national journals, and has presented more than 120 papers in proceedings of conferences. He has written 1 book and 2 monographs. He is very active in continuing education programs and delivers lectures and motivating talks to students, academicians, and working professionals across the country. With this brief introduction, I present before you Dr. G.R. Dodgegowda, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. M.S. Patil, Principal KLSGIT, to do the floral welcome to the chief guest of today's function, Dr. G.R. Dodgegowda. Thank you, sir. We acknowledge the presence of our conference management service partner from Diligent Tech Solutions, Dr. Tanga Prakash, and Mr. Shiv Kumar. Now, let's elevate the spirit of this occasion with the auspicious lighting of lamp. I request the dignitaries to kindle the auspicious lamp to embark on today's proceedings. Participants for today's conference are requested to join us for the lighting of lamp. Thank you. I now request the dignitaries to release the E-souvenir. Thank you, dignitaries, for doing the honors. I now invite the chief guest of today's function, Dr. G.R. Gowder, to address the gathering.
Very good morning to one and all. Okay. Dear friends, and then dear friends from this side, my special good morning to delegates, whoever has come. I hope most of the delegates will be presenting online, and also people are attending online. That's great. See, sustainability has to begin from there only. If you are capable of sitting in the home and learning subjects and then getting tremendous knowledge, then you can bring in sustainability. Especially in India, paper cost is so high. I will not waste anything. By seeing only you can make out. I will not waste even a single paisa. Because right from my birth, sustainability is there in my blood. I'll tell you what is sustainability. But the central to this particular title, anyway, I hope, I wish this GIT should conduct this conference every once in 2 years, not every year. Every year is too much. You cannot invest your time. First of all, you are teacher here, you have to do their teaching job first. The later you are researcher. Don't reverse the job. Okay, that's very, very important. Of course, as long as you are in the home, you may be parents, you may be children. There you have to do that job. When you are coming to the institute, you are teachers. And then also you have to prepare well before going to the class. Even though you have taught that subject 20 years, every year you're going to get new ways of teaching. At least your audience will be new. The same subject, maybe the same teacher, it is something like this, singing the same song in front of different audience. See, you never produce Vishwesaraya every year, right? See, we have never produced another Vishwesaraya. You just imagine the objective of having all these education institutes to get some new Nobel laureate or another Vishwesaraya, another great guy, hoping that, always with the hope, everything is going to begin. But don't put everything on hope. Hope is a way, hope is a method, but put everything on hope, thinking that hoping in the sense going to temple every day early in the morning, not attending first 2 hours, thinking that you're going to get grant means what? It's not going to happen. They're all there, you have to take care. Okay, always you have to draw parallels. Young mind, what I'm telling, please remember, then only you're going to achieve. There is no point in doing job for 40 years. Even though you're going to work here after 60 years or 50 years, they're asking you to please, that door is open. You have to understand that. If they say something that door is open means I have served for that and being paid, you don't have to have any regret. Peacefully, when you are getting out of this institute, you have to celebrate and then go. Even everything you have to do like that. You should not attach too much. That is the biggest problem. See, tomorrow nobody knows what will happen. Okay, you may talk tomorrow, oh, yesterday only I listened to Gowder in this particular hall. Oh, what happened to him? That uncertainty is there. Even then, you have to deliver. Okay, in the name of uncertainty, anyway, I'm going to retire. Why you have to work? Please don't do. You have taken up a job, always you have to look out for perfectness in everything you do. Perfectness in everything you do. Even though it's a small thing, of course, in our life, small things do matter. But don't attach too much to the small things. Please try to understand. Always you have to identify your top objectives. As a researcher or as a teacher, I want to become number one, the best in that field, or best in that subject. Teaching is the best. Even now, undergraduate, please don't introduce any research too much. At least you can tell these are the avenues when you get out. That's all you have to tell. Don't force them. You have to have a tremendous knowledge in the particular subject. Take for example, after all, 8, 9, 10 courses will be there in each field of specialization course subject. Rest all are like a pickles or papad or some salad. Without that also you can have main course, right? But if you think, no, without pickle, my food will be not complete. Please don't say like that. Okay, like that, many things are there just for the sake of taking. Don't make any statement. If it is really necessary, then only open your mouth. Otherwise, simply listen. My best quality is listening. I don't know whether you'll observe or not. The moment if I come, I'll use my camera. These are cameras. The real cameras are only your eyes. They are going to do a lot. You don't have simply by watching, simply by listening, simply by even taking part. You don't have to be the front runner in a particular teamwork. Then also you're going to learn. That means 360-degree opening should be there. Therefore, you have to have open mind. Those who are going to attend this particular conference, you have to attend very seriously, and always you have to look out for what is there in this for me to take home. Definitely something will be there. It is not like that you are some subjects and getting some degree and all. In 10 years, that's what I have done. Those who have come to IIT Madras, anyway, Professor Chate came, I will be always like that. Another name they have used, a wonderful professor. You know what is the meaning of professor? Nowadays, everywhere professors are there. Professor should know everything about his chosen field of specialization right up to the boundaries in that particular field. If the system, in the sense government or society demands the new knowledge has to be generated in that particular field, are you going to give only these many months? You should develop. You should accept. If necessary, you should give on bond paper. Yes, I am capable of delivering this within these many months. Then only is the professor. Getting professor in some university, especially in Australia. Even my much seniors, those who taught me, they are still associate professor in Australia. We are professor in India. We have to compare. Just because our system is like that, you put in some service, you're going to become professor. We have to compare. There is one professor called Siva Kukan. He is much senior to me. He is in our field of specialization. Of course, he works in environmental geotechnics. In all fields, especially the best sustainable developers are farmers. They are the only one living with all entities. Central to this particular title is a science called ecology. Please try to understand. Now you can go back and see in first year you must have studied this subject, ecology and environment, everyone. But when we were students, this subject was not there. But somehow we are not that bad towards environment at that time. Frankly speaking, we never used to spend. Okay, everything limited, even to purchase a notebook. Even though the economy that time nobody was having. Even 10 rupees means ultimate. We used to enjoy. We used to get food. We used to go to movie. Then we used to travel in that 10 rupees. We used to enjoy. Even if you now you go with the 500, I don't think you'll get satisfied. This is what is the state of affairs as of now. Now coming to this particular title as such, as a student you have to understand. Usually conference will be for highly learned people. Usually the paper will be for 10 minutes. In the 10 minutes, whatever he has done over the years, he is going to make a presentation. It is hard to understand everything. First, it starts with the teaching, and then internally special working group will be there. They will discuss something on a particular topic. Then finally, they are going to have panel discussion. They are going to come up with some recommendations. That is how. Next comes a workshop. Little workshop, afterwards symposium, then comes a conference. This is how the level of basically knowledge sharing. Compulsory in some countries, everyone has to attend, especially final year, and teachers have to attend. They have to become the professional members. There is a compulsory they have to attend. What they have gained, whether they are going to practice properly or not. Practice is nothing to do with gaining knowledge. Practice has to come from within. Take for example technology. Technology is much. That means it must have come so many centuries before engineering. Technology word has come much before engineering. There is nothing to do with engineering in technology. Technology means application of knowledge for practical purposes. Knowledge, I don't want to define what is knowledge. It is very difficult to define. Someone is telling I'm knowledgeable. It's very difficult to define. After all, it is a relative and conditional. Let us imagine you have got a proper knowledge. When you want to implement, when you want to practice, you have to practice properly. That's all. If you don't know, you say, I don't know. At least in medical field that is happening. That expert will tell, no, I'm not expert. Why can't you go? They'll write always higher up. No, they'll give one piece of paper. You please go and consult. If Belagavi is not happening, you'll go to Bombay. Bombay is also not happening. God knows where you have to go. If you have a lot of money, you may go to Singapore. Otherwise, you have to go to America. That's how. Even now in engineering, you cannot go to America for any of our doubts. Especially in civil engineering, all field of specialization, that much expertise is already built in our system. Only thing, it is your duty to know where that expertise exists in India. Okay, straight away should not point towards America and all. That's all you have to do it. That is what is technology. Sustainable, I'll tell you later what is sustainable technology. Now coming to engineering, you know what is engineering? You must have heard when you join this institute as part of induction program or orientation. In engineering, of course, how many degrees are possible in engineering? One BTech is possible or B is possible, ME or MTech, one doctoral degree. Other than the three degrees, I don't think any other degrees are there. They are just some different name. B, BTech, ME, MTech, PhD. I don't think are in some universities they are going to give Doctor of Philosophy, something, or even just MPhil. Such things are there. Otherwise, only these three degrees. For these three degrees, we are spending a lot of money. Now, that is the biggest problem. Actually, India is so powerful. I tell you, Sri Lanka, you must be knowing for wrong reason. You know what is the education system there? Sri Lanka, after all, it is smaller than Tamil Nadu. Karnataka is much bigger than Tamil Nadu. It's maybe 75% of Tamil Nadu is Sri Lanka. Whatever Coimbatore and Kerala you have seen, no, it is exactly same. Look, everything, but people are too black but smart. Very smart. And then 90% people are non-vegetarian. You'll never going to get vegetarian food after 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock you land up, whether in Kandy or Colombo, you're not going to get. I don't know what will happen, already they have experienced. But their education system is like a Cambridge education system. Everything is English medium. Up to undergraduate, there is no differentiation. You have got these many marks, you are eligible to get that admission, you are willing, you go, otherwise go to any. Here it is not like that. You just right from beginning. But MTech level, what is happening in India, they have brought in, depending on cost and everything. India is capable. You just see how much money we are investing in tuition industry. Our tuition industry, I think maybe it is not equivalent to Maharashtra budget, but maybe it is more than Karnataka budget amount. Tuition industry in India. I'm not talking about Northeast. Actually, they don't have enough money. Just think of why are you wasting money somewhere else after all learning 26 character English language. We are struggling for English language only, right? After all, we are struggling for English language only. That we can do it. Sri Lanka is capable of doing that. Their education system, I told you, Cambridge, those who don't know, please Google. Whatever Cambridge University is there in UK, the same thing. When they are capable, then everybody will going to get. See, it is my fate only. See, I wrote 12th exam, whatever. I'm capable of getting admission to BSc, BE, MBBS, everything. Like you will going to get free education. Government is taking care of everything. In India also we can do it. But nobody is asking. Even in Karnataka, take for example, please open mouth, talk. Otherwise, you are going to cut your own leg. In Karnataka, nobody. Take for example our education system here. Already semesters were started 2 months back. Especially see our universities. I don't know what about VTU and all other universities, general universities. They have not completed a 4th semester exam. Already 5th semester started 2 months back in other IITs or other what you can say other states. You have to speak then only. Now coming to the beginning part, especially they talk about green energy. I already mentioned central to this particular title is ecology. Ecology has to be taught in all field of specialization, especially to your computer. You cannot change your mobile every once in 1 year. Okay, that one should not do it. Where are you going to dump those things? Please just think of what will happen. You may be thinking, after all, I'm using only one smart mobile. Every year I'm changing. You may be a rich person, kid. Please respect environment. Okay, and otherwise environment won't spare. Whenever nature wants to take care of everything, that time it won't wait for anyone. The living standards, you may be having some good facilities in city, but see what type of air you are. People will talk, it's my birthright. Yes, everybody's birthright to go for good water, fresh air and all. Where you will get? It's very, very difficult to get. You know, under that context, the timing of this conference is commendable. Timing is very, very important. It is your duty to learn from this particular thing. But above all, life is very, very important. This is related to life only. And life and engineering and science are nothing to do. There's no relation. Okay, life is much, much bigger than science and engineering. There is more to do with education than science and engineering. Please understand this very carefully. But nowadays you are making, of course, education is needed. Without that, because of education only, our country came to this level. And that if we have a proper education, definitely we're going to develop. Before concluding, I want to tell you one statement regarding education. Education is the single most important factor in the development of a country. Single most important factor. Even in case if you think, oh, I got rank, nobody is respecting in India, you don't have to worry. Don't discourage at all. Okay, you don't worry about anything. The India is like this only. That's the reason we are called Indians. If someone is asking why are you like this, means what? There is no answer for this. We are Indians. That's the reason we are like this. That's it. This is the answer only you have to give. This is how I'm going to tell. In case you have that much ability, go out, work 5 years or 10 years, pump money back, even from this institute. If you are above average, I hope you can understand. I'm not talking about the top. I'm not talking about the bottom level, above average. Apart from taking care of your own life, you can pump in back 15 to 20 crore rupees back to India. That much ability is there. IITians are pumping more back, but you people also can do that. Yes, everything is there in your magic. Don't tell you have only two hands. You know, Dhirubhai Ambani, I've heard Reliance industry owner, what he used to tell, that time I was doing MTech. His house was there in Kolaba. Whenever you are getting opportunity to go to Mumbai, please go there, take one round in front of his house. They are allowing. Anyway, they won't see you as a stranger. I just came to see the house. People told a lot about Dhirubhai Ambani. He used to tell at that time, it was almost 25 years back, I have 16,000 hands. Anybody will tell I have 4 hands? What is the meaning of that? He has that ability. You understood? Of course, the fate nobody can rewrite. At the age of 67, he expired. Top doctors of Mumbai, they could not be able to save him. That was the problem. He was having severe illness. Take care of health. That is the reason I told life. Life is much, much, much bigger than science and engineering. And that too, if you are special to someone in your family, please take better care of you. You take care of this one, automatically all these are going to fall in line. Whatever your sustainable technology, green energy, don't waste unnecessarily energy. Sir mentioned, even computer requires, of course, computer requires little energy. Even this also requires energy. Please try to understand. Every day I am charging 4 times on my mobile means, what you are going to say to that guy? Every day I am charging 4 times this mobile means, you please see, you are wasting energy. You may be thinking I'm using, just count the number of mobiles in India. Of course, we are next to China. We want to overtake China in this at least. I'm requesting you to have at least 2 or 3 mobiles. Nothing wrong in it. After 1 or 2 use, you can give to your relatives. Give to poor people. Nothing wrong in it. But don't use continuously. You can learn a lot. Especially in India, after Corona, education has been revolutionized. That's the reason we are studying online. Even in IIT, now we are in offline mode. Still, our professors are practicing online mode. Hey, why to go to class? Already PPTs are there, videos are there. You please watch leisurely in your hostel room. Whenever you have a doubt, you come. Through that also one can. Okay, with this, I wish a grand success for this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words of wisdom. May I now request Dr. M.S. Patil, Principal KLSGIT, to present the memento to our chief guest, Dr. G.R. Dodgaudan, as a token of gratitude and respect, and a token of appreciation from Diligent Tech Solutions, our CMS partners. Thank you. I now call upon Dr. Vaibhav Chate, Convener and HOD of Civil Engineering Department, KLSGIT, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with a great pleasure and immense gratitude that I stand before you to propose a vote of thanks at the inaugural function of this maiden prestigious international conference, which is organized by KLS Gupta Institute of Technology. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest appreciation to today's chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. G.R. Dodgaudan sir, Professor from Department of Civil Engineering, IIT Madras, for gracing the occasion with his valuable presence. Thank you, sir. We are deeply grateful to our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Mohammad Noor Khairul Rohani from University Malaysia Perlis, who will be sharing his invaluable knowledge and setting the stage for the exciting discussion that will unfold in the coming days. Most importantly, I am grateful to the KLS management, our beloved chairman, Sri Rajendra Balgaonkar sir, Principal Dr. M.S. Patil sir, Dean IRDC Dr. Shweta Gaur ma'am, deans and heads of various departments, and members of my very own organizing committee for tireless efforts they have put into planning and executing this event seamlessly. Your dedication and meticulous planning have ensured that every detail has been taken care of and the conference has gotten off to a splendid start. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our CMS partner, Diligent Tech Solutions, publication partner, and media partner for their generous support, without which uh, the event would not have been possible. A special thanks to press and media for their coverage of this event, helping to disseminate the groundbreaking research and discussions that will take place during the conference. Lastly, I want to express my sincere gratitude to all the attendees who have taken the time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to your commitment to the emerging fields of engineering and your willingness to engage in meaningful discussions. In conclusion, the inaugural function of International Conference, that is ICGEST 2023, marks the beginning of a journey towards knowledge sharing, collaboration, and innovation. Wishing you all a very happy learning during the next 2 days of the conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all, and have a pleasant day ahead.
After this inauguration function, we will be continuing with the keynote address. All the students are requested to stay back and attend this. We'll have 5 minutes break maximum. Yes.
Shall I start now? But they announced 5 minutes. Start now. Hello. Good morning. Please sit down. This is the title of my presentation: Inclusive Education and Sustainable Development for Balancing Ecology and Built Environment from Civil Engineering's perspective. The environment may not be built, you are going to create. Take for example, you want to create another GIT maybe in Bagalkot. You have got 300 acres of land. You already have experience. Let us imagine you have chosen based on the advice of architect type of materials. If that material requires a lot of energy, then what you have to do? As part of sustainable technology, you have to replace that material. Taking hard decision, that's also very, very important. Just because you love that material, even though that material is going to consume a lot of electricity, one should not go for it. That is what is the meaning. The whatever title right now you have for your international conference, the central to that title is the ecology. Ecology is a wonderful science for everyone, but it is a difficult science. Please understand, I hope you know what is science. Why are you doing science? Of course, partial application of science is our engineering. In engineering, we are going to create some systems for the benefit of mankind, and that too, benefit of those living entities on which we depend. In turn, they depend on us. That's all this engineering. Now coming to inclusive education, somehow we don't know, but definitely some highly learned guys will be there in India. They must have decided. They went to Supreme Court. They made a mandatory. This course to be studied, ecology and environment. Though it is a wonderful subject, but how you teach in IIT, I am telling, in one class, 300 students with a mic and an examination, how you going to conduct? Multiple choice. Though it is the ultimate, and then we are talking a lot about sustainability. Without understanding properly ecology, you cannot do anything. You may be telling simply having some goals elsewhere, set of procedures will be there. I am satisfying one or two steps. Oh yes, I am also doing sustainability. It's not like that. Things won't work like that. Okay, nature won't listen to anyone. Like your flood, our earthquake. Just because Japanese and Americans are very wise in earthquake engineering doesn't mean that they won't strike to that country. Many a times these natural hazards, they will look out for, where are you? I will come there. Like that, they are going to hit. That means whatever little knowledge, and that too you have to move towards the sophisticated analysis and design methodologies. Even to develop those things, that is also sustainability. Every year, renovating this hall means what? Just think of, if you are every year you are renovating, you are dismantling all these materials and dumping elsewhere. Where are you going to store? There is a storage space. In the village, you have a lot of space. Maybe it is a more advanced village. You can say Belagavi, you may be having nearby dumping yards. What about Bangalore? Where are you going to dump your waste? Please think over. You don't tell it is not my duty. It is a duty of some government or it is duty of some NGOs. Their duty to take care of sustainability. It has to right from your house only, and that from your own body itself. You have to start practicing this sustainability. Don't waste. Even your purchased shirt, please use for more number of years. Let us imagine you are going to purchase every year 20 cotton shirts. Where will you get cotton? Huh? Farmer will think that there is a huge market for cotton. He is going to sow the cotton. Then finally, what will happen? Because of drought, he will die. See, all these things, you may be thinking, I'm not doing anything. If you think a lot, you are the generator of so many problems for others. Indirectly, you will be not knowing. Okay, please. In that sense, always you have to see what is there for me. Let's begin. How we're going to bring in. I want to tell you, I am from geotechnical engineering. They have said a lot. How can I practice this sustainability? At least through some means. I'm not telling 100% I'm perfect in sustainability. Point here is I want to use less cement. How are you going to use the less cement? Okay, the first thing, you don't have to apply any engineering brain, societal brain. That means whether you are millionaire, whether you are below average guy, only 2-bedroom house or single bedroom house, then it will going to solve housing problem. Another 50 years, you are not going to have any problem. By that time, you will never going to produce more. After 50 years, India will never going to improve in population. That time, you are going to have 1, 2 or none. That's it. Indian population itself is having that capability to produce none. By whatever means, even though you have 100% advancement in medical technology, you cannot do. If our system itself is collapsed, take for example car engine itself is gone. What is the use of having wonderful body? No use. At the most, you have to push that car to take somewhere else. Engine is there, then only similar to human body also. The no doctors will going to help. Your whole system itself is collapsed. He is going to tell you, you will go to count the days. Please understand, I am telling hard realities. Then only you can practice, otherwise it is not possible. But I am practicing. I will not waste anything unnecessary. Now everything is online. I am very happy. Even our examinations online, our evaluation is also online, and then they also. In case nowadays you are not giving certificate online, but you are giving first online all degree certificates, but they don't have any meaning. Just for verification, okay. In order to verify truth, you have to have the hard copies. Hard copies, proper signatures. Then only people will going to believe you have got the degree from this type of universities. Otherwise, nobody will going to believe. To that extent, you can say saving lot of papers itself is a sustainability, especially for students. Don't waste even single line. 5 mm line in your notebook should not be empty. Please try to use that properly. Then only you can bring in sustainability. Otherwise, you're going to cut lot of trees. That is the reason why you are not getting enough rain. Drought, especially Karnataka is suffering. More than 150 taluks are under drought. Please think about that. And then you may be thinking, I'm here, I'm eating this. Everyone is eating plastic. Up to 45 years, no problem. God has given that much capability. Whatever you eat, it will be flushed out. After 45, whatever you have earned to just survive, you have to invest your money. That's what Indians are doing right now. Maybe I don't know what will happen. I'm on this side of the track. I'm 54 now. Okay, now you are this. Most of the people you are on this, ascending curve. Please think about. Okay, that's the reason always. What is there for me? Green energy, they are talking a lot. That means you don't use coal to produce energy. But right now, energy requirement is so high because we are all developing countries. I cannot simply curtail right now. The middle income and low middle income people have not seen the world. Okay, they want to utilize, they want to enjoy the life, we have to provide for. That's the reason all these things. There comes a green energy. That's the reason we have to push towards more greener energy. You can use energy, but don't use unnecessarily. Okay, that's all you have to do. Whenever, especially this type of institute, whenever you are not using this, immediately you can go and switch off. Don't think, no, it's not my duty. I am student here. I come here only for study. Please think of. Okay, everything belongs to everyone. We are all related. We are all connected. Please try to understand. Everything belongs to everyone. We are all connected. Please understand this. Don't think how this building is connected. Yes, this building is connected to America. That you don't know. You just imagine, especially civil engineering guys, they have studied engineering geology subject. They will go to talk about geography and all. It is connected. If America is going to produce artificial earthquake so powerful, your building must be maybe thrown out. Of course, it is not going to happen. If the earthquake is going to happen 200, 300 kilometers away, then you have to be very, very careful. That is the reason we are all connected. Through society, we are all connected. Even if anything bad is going to happen to border, let us imagine our Pakistan is there, always is an enemy country. If they are going to detonate something just 1 kilometer inside, they may not suffer, but we will going to suffer. That is the reason I am telling you. Please, all environmental problems are always like that. 30 years, 40 years back, we didn't have any problem. You just see the railway station. I don't know, if too young, you must be using only bottled water. We never use a bottled water when you used to travel. You used to get down, immediately used to go to the, that means public tap there only, used to fill. Of course, you used to have water bottles. Water bottles were there. Or you can use some other bottle. Can anybody drink? Can anybody drink just like the tap water there? Maybe poor guy may drink. Of course, God has given tremendous power to the poor boys. They can drink any water. They can survive anywhere. But we people, sometimes bottled water, the Belagavi may not be good for me. Because I've been trained to take bottled water in Chennai. At that climate, that water may be okay. Even though there is also bottled water, even though here also I'm going to take the bottled water, sometimes Something may happen to me, my body. That means my body is not that general. That means region specific. One that should not be the case. Okay, in that sense, I have put that inclusive education. This has to become part. Ecology, one has to study one complete subject in all field of specialization. That means you are going to live with other organisms and their interrelationship and dependence on environment. Environment in the sense, if you do little, if you spit here, nothing will going to happen. If all of a sudden 4,000 students are going to spit on that location, what will happen? Environment cannot tolerate. One or two guys are doing environment. After all, it is a small impact. I take care, don't worry. But now our impact is so tremendous. The environment cannot do anything. That is the reason I have to use the forced way of cleaning the environment. Okay, that's the reason is sustainability. Right in the beginning, we want to curtail all those after impacts. That's what is our is. Then we'll see sustainable development, how we're going to bring in balancing ecology and then built environment. First, I will define what is ecology and then some developments taken place in ecology. Later, I'll move on to the sustainability through built environment. What is this ecology? Of course, it is part of science. It's environmental science. In some universities, of course, in IIT Mumbai, environmental science and engineering was there for BTech. But we studied water resources 1 or wastewater engineering. One and the same only, but one has to start from environment as such, not directly water and wastewater. That is the reason nowadays we have environmental engineering 1 and 2. The meaning is entirely different. Okay, don't bring in environment means it's a subject of everybody's, even in the computer science and all. Okay, computer science guys also should think of after issues of computer where to dump. Once you left unattended, if the rainfall is happening and then it's going to mix with the soil, there may be some chemical admixtures or chemicals must be there in the environment. How are you going to react? The end product, how they are going to migrate, where they will enter, all those things they should know. They should not say, hey, my job is to run the program, produce some program, afterwards dump somewhere. No, you should know everything. Then only you should allow that guy to do the programming, otherwise no. That is what is ecology. It is not enough. Everyone should know. Till that is called life cycle assessment. Life cycle assessment at the end, try to utilize again and again. At the end comes, hardly few grams should be there, that waste. Few grams, not in terms of kgs. That is what is the duty of ecology or ecological engineering. Is a systematic study of the interrelationships of species with each other and with their environments. I hope you understood what is environment. Please try to understand environment and then engineering. If you define them separately, they may have a different definition. The moment you join, entirely different meaning will be there. Please try to understand entirely different meaning. That is how you should understand the subject. Automatically, when you listen to any of the presentations, definitely you're going to get some sense out of it. I will tell you engineering. Engineering is an activity concerned with the creation of new systems for the benefit of mankind. That activity proceeds by way of development. That is what is BTech. Design should happen at least in MTech. Research should happen in PhD or postdoc. Okay. This is how that. And then the moment if you join earthquake means sudden shaking of ground. Earth means this earthquake means shake. Okay, if someone is shaking your chair, that's what is your chair shaking. You are sitting on that, you are going to experience that shaking, to and fro motion. Earthquake is a sudden shaking of ground. Engineering, the moment you join earthquake engineering, can you define? That is how you have to think of environmental engineering. Earthquake engineering deals with the effects of earthquakes on people and their environment and with methods of reducing those effects. That is what is the subject. Similarly, environmental engineering you should define. You have already studied that subject. Someone is asking, you have to be. If at all someone is calling you constitutional expert, he should know the meaning between the characters of a constitutional clauses. Not between the paragraphs, not between the sentences, not between the words of a sentence. That is how you have to master. Then only you can define, then only you can convince. Even in case you are not able to convince, at least at the most you can confuse someone so that you cannot ask anything. Two ways of doing things. One is a complete convincing that guy. That means you have to give the answer to their satisfaction. Even though you don't know what is the answer, at least you can confuse, you will be satisfied. At least I have done something. Okay, you choose which one you want to choose. Life is what you make it. Right now, whatever you have, you are responsible. Don't blame anyone. Okay, let's go on. That's the reason I have given a science for everybody, not an easy science. Then comes what is science? Why are you doing science? What is the scope of science? What is the environmental science? Especially in IITs, this subject is environmental science and engineering. It is not straight environmental engineering. There is a lot of science in that. He also did a lot of science as part of his PhD work. And then along with him, another Professor Kulkarni sir is there. They are doing a lot of science. Science is very, very important. Nowadays, we are coming up with so many contaminants you don't know what to do with. So many contaminants. You name any drug, that drug itself is a contaminant in overdose. If you add direct to the environment, you're going to create a lot of problems through human body, through our excreta or whatever, you're going to add to the environment. If it is in excess dosage, that is what is a contaminant, you're going to create health issues. That's all you have to take care. Okay. Some milestones in ecology. You please see this carefully. How this ecology term has come in. Some stories there. This ecology word came in 1893. You please just see, it's not that old. 1893. Even though we were not having independence at that time, but the developments have been taken place throughout the world. 1893, this ecology spelling has come. Earlier it was OECOLOGY. Later they removed that. Okay, that's what happened. A few more milestones in this particular field. Then let us see the bigger scope of ecology. Once you understand this ecology scope, automatically you're going to fall in line with the title of the today's conference. Ecology views biological systems as wholes. Biological systems is whatever organism you are not capable of seeing, including them also. Whatever you are going to see, those are all biological systems. Not as independent parts, while seeking to elucidate how these wholes emerge from and affect the part. This holistic perspective, rechristened as the theory of complex adaptive systems, as improved understanding and improved management of economic and financial systems. Now onwards, you please see understanding and improved management of economic and financial systems. Anyway, the big word, you may be knowing what is economy, economic, and then financial systems. Take for example data centers. I hope you have heard a word called data centers. In big cities, data centers have come. Data centers have come. You also may be having small data centers. You will go to internet service and all other things, you know. Especially they have to store data for big organizations. The multi-story buildings will be there. Maybe 10 times the width compared to this one, no, 10 times this one, and then maybe 20, 30 story buildings have come up. Maybe in big cities, 4, 5, 6 exclusive data centers. The private providers, you can have one floor your office, another floor another. Only computers will be there, internet and all the networks will be there. Just see, those systems also one should bear. Then just think of what they are going to add to the environment. My very present system, I am going to add more carbon dioxide. Let us imagine we are going to gather once in a year 20,000 people in this campus. Just see what will happen. You may be feeling great. Oh, I could able to accommodate 10,000, 20,000 people over here. Just think of, you know, this you are going to do often. Then see what will happen. What impact we are going to have on the environment. That is how we are going to study this. Another one is a social system, complex materials, and even physiology and medicine. But essentially, this means little more than taking an ecological approach to such systems, investigating the interplay among processes at diverse scales and the interaction between systems and their environments. If you study each one of, even if you study society, societal system means is related to us, societal system. Let us imagine there is one community, hi-fi community, they are unnecessarily utilizing all resources, producing a lot of waste. For them, it may be a waste. Everything is relative in this world. If I am good relative to something. Please try to understand. If I am bad, I am also related to someone I am bad. There is no absolute term called good, bad, material waste. Which is waste for someone, it is a material for someone. Which is material for someone, it will be a waste for someone. That's why you have to understand. Before moving on, I want to make one statement. 21st century living means what? Just imagine, after getting up in the morning, what are you doing? You are doing only two things. Even going to bed also. You know what someone is asking upfront, you will be not knowing how to answer. 21st century living means material consumption and energy consumption. We just see this. Other than this, if you try to minimize these two, automatically sustainability is going to come in right in the beginning. Materials. Water also one of the materials. Energy. You are going to switch on light. Take for example, today without using light, you are going to finish up all your activities. Great. But you may be thinking, no, without light, how can I see? There may be some dirt here, there may be some dirt here, there may be some dirt. For that reason, you are going to switch on again and again. Just when you are going to attend this type of conference, no, you will going to switch on, switch off your light. The light which is there in front of your mirror, maybe 20 times. Earlier, you must not have done that. Just see, count this. Like us, there are so many in this world. how much they are wasting. That is how you have to bring in the sustainability. And then this has to be a part of your education. That is called inclusive education. Inclusive doesn't mean that you take everyone along. That is all different for taking food or wearing dress. This is different. I cannot compare myself with Einstein. Einstein also used to take food like this means what? So there is a limit for comparison. That's what we people are doing without applying brain. Hey, हम किसी से कम नहीं. They will be not having anything. Simply they know how to say this, they will talk like that. Please. Einstein is Einstein, Gowder is Gowder. That's it. We have to accept that reality. If at all you are going to take part in one of the conference, you may take food together. We are equal. Only at that I may wear dress like him, not in the brain. How can you? See, mathematics is one thing. People like Einstein are another thing. 2 Einstein plus 2 Einstein is equal to what? Can anybody define? Anybody can quantify? Not possible. 2 plus 2 is equal to 4 in mathematics. That in arithmetics. 2 plus 2 is not 4. Please try to understand. This is what is the biggest problem. We're never going to tell this, unboundedness in the society. 2 Einstein plus 2 Einstein. Another on lighter note, 2 Dawood Ibrahim plus 2 Dawood Ibrahim. Do you think 4 Dawood Ibrahims? No way. I'm telling hard reality. That means you cannot compare just like that. You use your all smartness for beneficial use for the society, then see what will happen. Everybody will be happy. Everybody can travel in the aircraft. Everybody can move in the car. Everybody will be happy. That is all possible. But we are investing that much money. India is spending, especially India is not poor. In IIT, you ask for any money, you will have money for everything. You have money for everything. Okay, even if I want to go to America or any other country, I can go every year with IIT money only. I don't have to spend even single paisa from my pocket. That much facilities are there. Only thing now they have made a rule. You have to pass JE, you have to pass GATE, then only you go to make entry. Because of the population. If the number of seats are 1,000, the guys who are writing the exam are only 500, there is no point in conducting the exam. It's again waste of resources. There are already 1,000 seats are there, 500 people. Just somehow you have some examination, oral examination, that to online. Online means indirectly we are coming to your doorstep. What is online examination? You can write exam sitting in your home. Just think of, if you practice all these things, automatically your sustainable technology is going to come in. Not only through those things. But now we have engineering institution. Anyway, you have to teach these subjects. Okay? That's it. You please go through this one. Always you have to look out for nature-based solutions. I used to do agriculture work. Even now I love agriculture work. My philosophy. Salary cannot increase. If at all any increment, you have to wait for 1 year. But in agriculture, it is not like that. If you are really good, if you have a tremendous and proper knowledge, I am telling all our people, nowadays you have moved towards sugar cane. I am telling all my farmers or my friends, whatever you do every year, one net profit from 1 acre. Then their job is better than IIT professor job. 30 acres of sugarcane land is equal to IIT professor. Of course, you're going to be there in AC room. Dirt will be not there. You will not go in sun. You will not go in rain and all. That is the only difference. Of course, being inside, you have some other health effects after 50 years. You have to live with. You have to experience later. Okay, that is how you have to bring in. But nobody is working. Even farmers are not working. That's the bad part of it. Because we have created a system like that. Nobody cares farmers in India. Sometimes here and there they will do wave off. In that they are going to make them as a beggars. That is not good for a country. After 30 years, you're going to eat only plastic. If the farmers, if they go on strike, this year I'm going to die, I will not produce a single grain, then think of what will happen. Cities will be out first. In the first instance, cities will be out. Please do something back. Give back to society. You have got enough. You may be thinking, no, my father has given you everything. Your father alone cannot do anything. Even one state cannot do anything. For that matter, forget about individual or society or community. Please think. Unless you bring in all these ideas, you cannot bring in sustainability in anywhere. Up to another 30 years, no problem. Anyway, our lifespan will go. What about you people? Please think over. Try to do all this. It's possible if you think, just observe surroundings. The same thing has been captured in Vedas. What is there in Vedas? Even though the so many 1,000 years back they could, things have to be like this. That one only they have captured and put it in the Vedas. That's it. They have not done anything more. But we cannot understand them. Because you don't know front that Sanskrit language, we have to go through some means. Some people have translated in English. We have to learn English. Through English, you try to understand. Anyway, translator is the murder of original writer. That's what usually happens. Okay. Another word is ecological engineering. Nowadays, some people are using actually some increased outcome. Especially, we have started a school of sustainability. We have started from this year. Maybe next year beginning we're going to take intake of 30 sustainable school of sustainability. We have started in IIT. Hopefully other IITs or even which you may start. Okay. Of course, we have to identify the job perspective. Always, the moment you start any degrees, always you look out for job. Nobody will going to think of producing entrepreneurs. Always your job. If those opportunities are not there, one should not think after a job is for 30, maximum 40 years. You cannot do more than that. I don't think any job is there. Permanent job is only politicians. Even till death, even though he's not able to walk, no, 4 or 5 people will hold him. He will come and stand in front of dais and then he will talk. See the craziness. That much craze I have not seen anywhere. He knows I cannot walk. People may say so many things back, but still, you have seen already. There is no retirement for that. No, we are the responsible people for that. For them also, you should have retirement. Then see what changes are going to happen. Then everybody will be happy. Nobody will talk. People always they bring their desires first. That country won't be. In Europe, America, and Australia, third graders will go for government job. Third graders, I hope you understood. How third grade is third grade for you, you can define yourself. Then accordingly you have to decide. Here, desperately, even though it is a cleaning, wash bathroom, I want. Because they don't want to work. Without working, they are going to get the duty hours, nobody will be there. You please go and see government office. That's not the way to develop the country. Even though I made a statement, education is the single most important factor in the development of a country. To what extent? What is the point in having education? Okay, some definitions are there. Please go through that. Anyway, I'll show you. This is the topmost book written by this MIT professor. MIT is a compulsory subject for everyone across all disciplines. In India, no way. Only little bit ecology and environment. Actually, I have not seen the syllabus. When I was a student, this subject was not there first year. I have studied environmental 1 and environmental 2. Just before our batch, 1 year before only they converted. The new syllabus has come, Karnataka University, Dharwad. That time, environment 1 and environment 2 was there. That's it. Water resources, fluid mechanics related to that subject you have studied. But this combination as such, ecology and environment, you have not studied. Those you have studied, you please see the scope. Okay, now it is a compulsory for everyone in America. Similarly, another books are there. You can just go through these. These are some of the top 10 problems listed by this particular Nobel laureate. You can add a few more to India. You can add it here. Right now, this particular problem may not be concerned to you directly right now, but it is going to have concern. You just see energy. Nowadays, you are talking energy, that to green energy. We need energy. You cannot tell the guys who have come up, the first timers in the family, sir, I am the first guy to do engineering. Now I have got a job. You cannot force him. Go and stay in the hut. You don't have to stay in this type of building. Don't use power or energy. You cannot say energy is the problem. Similarly, water, that to pure water. Later, everything. You can add. And then what are the specific characteristics of all these? Anyway, to this title, these people have given a lot of justification, all these problems. But these problems he has mentioned in 2003. Another 3 problems you can add from India. Another 3 problems from India. By seeing, by reading, or listening to others, you may not have experienced firsthand. What other things you can fit? Another 5 we have added, but that slide I have not brought here. Another 5. What are the special characteristics? They are all complex. Complex in the sense one man cannot give a solution. That's the meaning. Even in one case, you could able to resolve something. The moment you apply that in another domain, the solution may not work. That is the reason in that sense it is a complex. And then they are challenging. Challenging, take for example Corona. Corona was a challenge, right? At that time, we were not able to do anything. Luckily, whether Modi or a group of some scientists, they could able to save some people. Challenge means it's a situation wherein the task at hand seems to be bigger than the available capacity. Let us imagine these people honors this conference, 40% more than 500, what they are going to do in this hall? They cannot accommodate. Right now, managing 500 participants is a challenge. If you have a similar hall elsewhere, you can make a request to move there. That is how you resolve that challenge. You have to overcome. India has overcome that challenge, Corona, right? That is how. And global, especially water problem. Okay, that river is moving through 2-3 countries. If someone is going to block that water, what will happen to us? Not always. Engineering means always. Though you have to do everything for locally, but always think globally. You have to place yourself in the big picture where I am going to lie in. Okay, that's all you have to do it. Then the beyond silos. You cannot simply sitting in one room. You can think. You'll never going to get a solution for these things. And then interconnected, highly interconnected. Everyone is interconnected. Everything is belong to everyone. That is how you have to see, especially this particular subject. Let's move on. This statement I have already given. Please see this very carefully. After Corona, I started introducing this statement. Before that, it was not there. 2 years, what I have done in IIT, I have done classes online. This we have done nicely, taking food, not to move out. We have not used it. Maybe we used to call over the phone. That's it. But the rest, the most important activity, filling our stomach, taking care. Okay, you please see that. Another one more Corona type. Basically, what we are going to do it. If it's entirely new, again we will going to suffer exactly the same thing. We have never learned any lesson. We will never going to learn any lesson. Please try to, even in IIT Madras, 2015 we had a severe flood. Another one more extra day means 30% our IIT must have submerged. Luckily, rain stopped, we have survived. But in and around IIT, first floor became ground floor. Just see. But we never learned any lessons. We never cleaned any this star motor drains and all. It may be the same tweet here also. This is a total outline. Okay, I want to tell you a little bit about materials. You have to understand a lot about materials. Where from the material is going to come, total how many elements and all other things. And then what we're going to produce, how we're going to transport, how we're going to use, first use, second use, third use. Car, no, first hand, second hand, third hand. After fifth hand, it may be totally useless, you dump it. Even before sending that to the landfill or dumping, God, try to utilize whatever material is there. That may be waste for that guy, but for someone else, it's a material. Please try to understand. Waste and material are relative. Try to extract. No waste. That's what nowadays people are talking. Some industries are coming forward, no waste at all. Automatically, you're going to reduce the CO2. At the end of the day, you're going to add to CO2. That's it. That also I'll show you in some rough estimate over the years. Always you have to talk from present, go back 10,000 years. Beyond 10,000 years, I don't know, it's very possible. It's not possible to do anything. You may tell these were there, those were there, and all you can make at the most. But you cannot quantify anything. It is very difficult. From today to 10,000 years back, what are all happened, you can. Even water usage, energy production, water production, and also the carbon addition to the environment. You understand those things, then you try to devise your processes, whether it's chemical industry or your own industry and all. Especially in Punjab and Haryana, stubblings they are burning now. That is creating a lot of health to the Delhi people because of that particular climate in that area. And then another horrible thing is climate change now. Okay, that is happening. You might not be noticing. Someone told me one retired judge, this High Court judge is staying in Belagavi. His name is Pachapure. Arvind, some name. I have forgotten. I met him long back. He was telling up to 11 o'clock, when he was young here, up to 11 o'clock, it is very difficult to see the sun. Up to 11 o'clock, it is very difficult to see the sun in this area. Now you see the difference. See the temperature. Okay, that is due to climate change. Okay. Anyway, this is related to geotechnical engineering. Similarly, you can think of, you can see the functional divisions of civil engineering. Environmental is there. But everything belongs to earth science. Whatever we do, by considering all disciplines of engineering or all disciplines of science, even humanities, social studies, philosophy, everything supposed to be a part of earth sciences. Supposed to be the branches of earth sciences. Nothing is devoid of that. Okay. Let us see this particular, this is what is my field of specialization. You have to have proper understanding of your field of specialization. I want to define my field of specialization using simple definition. Geotechnical engineering is concerned with the engineering behavior of earth materials. The 90% of the time you are going to do this. How it is going to behave? If I am going to construct inside the earth, on the earth, using the earth. Earth means don't think only soil. Earth means all geologic material. Even the rock will come, weathered rock will going to come, even water also will going to come. Please try to understand. Always you have to expand your scope. Don't stick to only that. If some elderly guy is telling, please don't do that. Elderly guy is telling means he has tremendous experience. Based on that experience, he has summarized in 1 or 2 words he has told that particular statement. It is your duty to understand that. That is how you have to understand. You just see some of all these right from natural slope, you already see up to this construction of this particular thing. This comes under the geotechnical. Try to see where else you're going to bring in the sustainability. That means you have to look, already you know some methods of analysis and design in all fields of specialization. For the new situations, straight away you cannot expand or use this experience straight away. They are all specific. Then you have to develop new methods or sophisticated methods of analysis and design. I gave one example, 40-story building, not constructed so far here. If you are mayor, I will not call anyone. I want to use the guy from local. I asked him to construct 4-story building, but I'm going to ask that guy, give on bond paper. I'm going to guarantee the design. Then nobody will come forward. The moment you call, oh, people told me you're taught here in GIT, you are so famous professor, I'm assigning this duty. If you are asking that guy to if you are asking him to guarantee on that bond paper, he will tell, no, my wife is not feeling well. I have already taken appointment with the doctor. I have to go there. He will tell. He will not straight away tell, I'm not capable. This is what is going to happen. The days are coming. Let us imagine if some problem is there, Modi is assigning to us, then we have to look out for America. We are not solved things. Yes, you try, no, nothing wrong in it. That is the reason he could able to console that guy. The previous ISRO chairman that you have seen, no, in the TV it has come. Shivam. Okay, let's see another one. Through this, I want to talk about built environment. This is what inclusive education in the sense ecology has to be taught. That to taught by a proper teacher. In case he is not having tremendous experience, he should attend some FDP. He should teach elsewhere. He should attend some workshop. Listen to the experts. He should compile properly. He should come up with your course content, module 1, module 2, and then he should prepare the lesson plan. They should be delivered. That's all he has to do it. This is how teachers are not trained, especially engineering college. For other teachers, you have training institutes. Here, no one has been trained. Just by inbuilt innate understanding and all, you could be able to become good teachers. That's all. And then improvement is never ending. You cannot say I'm an expert. Everything is relative. You may be expert compared to that some other guy. I got rank in Karnataka University. At that time, Karnataka University, all are not that good compared to me. That's the reason I got rank. If I have been placed in some other institute, big institute, I must have got last rank there. Same thing. At that time, I got rank because I used to tell always, you useless fellows, you are not reading. That's the reason I got rank. You could have got rank otherwise. Same thing. Let us see this very carefully right now what is happening. You just see along y-axis, we have a total height more than 300, number 100, 200, 300. Before 1995, very few buildings were there. 1995 means you may not be knowing, young people may not be knowing, they must not have born also. Just see 1995, only 15 buildings were height more than 300 meters. That is a challenge. Even though you are principal, even though you are so-called PhD from MIT, 30 years back, you know what? If someone is asking you to construct in Belgavi 100-story building, I don't think you'll come forward. Even though he got PhD from that time, he got the PhD, and then he knows the workmanship, construction quality here. Even though they are telling M40, when you take out the core, it's not equal to even M10. After construction of 30-story building, if someone come to know your 5th-story column is not even M30, then what will happen? Just imagine, these all things have happened in India. That's the reason we have to be very, very careful. Hi-fi words are there in India, you cannot go more than M60. And that too, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, anyway, holiday. Friday afternoon, you stop the construction. Everybody is moving towards home, including the laborers or including the RMC. This is what is my experience. Before that only I said, you see India very carefully, how India is there. Like this there, no? Our thinking is also like that. Just think of where Belgavi is going to lie. Just apply. That's what exactly happened. The moment they told first time, 15 years back, they planned a 38-story building that was the tallest in Chennai. They decided to go for column M60. I told them it's very difficult. Because Bombay somehow using Dundam. In India, no, Dundam will work. That is the only way you have to teach something. They used to tell, if you are not doing like this will going to happen to your building. Even though they were unskilled laborers, that is how Bombay could able to create that infrastructure. You cannot duplicate the same thing. The same thing I applied, same problem exactly when they went to 8 stories. The third party came, they could able to take the core, it was not even M40. Then see what will happen when you go to 38 story. It will going to collapse under gravity load itself. Forget about other live load. Gravity load itself will going to collapse. You did all designs considering M60. I hope it will going to make some sense. M30 concrete. Compressive strength is 60 MPa. M60 means. M means mix. You have ingredients of your concrete and then you're going to test for 7 days, 14 days, 21, 28 days. 28 days, if you cure, you're going to achieve that much. It will be more than that. M60 means always you have to get M70. Maybe after 21st. That is how, because of some construction difficulties or quality assurance and all other problems, you cannot able to get. That's the reason always you're going to define. That is called statistic strength. You have to understand all these things. Sustainability, some procedure steps, it's not enough. That is totally suicidal. Telling simply those many sustainable development goals are there, then try to much. Nowadays, I hope you must have done. As a HOD, he must have done the course objectives, your program objectives, how well they are going to match with the sustainable goals. Nowadays, they are asking, even you want to write a proposal, it's a mandatory. You tell me how many goals you're going to satisfy, how they're going to tally. That is what is mandatory. Somehow we want to be in line with other countries. That's the reason one has to do it. If you are already taken care, you are well above, you don't have to worry about. You got the point. If you are much better than your Indian course, then why you have to follow the course? You got the point, right? Someone highly knowledgeable, if you have taken care of everything, his signature is more than enough. You don't have to ask, already I have taken care. Course are bare minimum. If you don't follow, what will happen? If you follow, at least you're going to take care. During any incident, you're going to minimize the lives lost and then less damage to your property. That was the objective beyond using the course. Okay. Now you see 2020, 198, more than 60% of these buildings are right now in China. And that the Chinese are so crazy, they want to create overnight these facilities. All these buildings are like human body. Just because you already given a birth, late birth, 500 acres property is there, you have only one son at the age of 60. No, you have to take care of my 500 acres property. You cannot put any only steroids to make him 21-year-old, not possible. You have to wait. But another one I want to tell you, physically whatever you see, or you are able to conceive anything, for that you can develop the mathematical model. Even how my food is getting digested inside my stomach, for that you can do mathematical model. If you are able to give mathematical model, if you are able to give a perfect solution, you will go to get a Nobel Prize. But doctors may not be knowing. The same doctor food, morning you will eat something, afternoon, then dinner time, and then remaining 6 days. The doctors may not even know it. But something bad happened to someone else, they are going to tell, based on your statements, they are going to give some medicine. This is what is the fate of affairs. Nobody understood even human body properly. These are all open-ended. But in order to do something great, along with the sustainability, let's see the statement. Everything is there in this if you understood properly. Super tall buildings means more than 500 meters. Right now, definition of super tall building. Earlier, tall building means what? You have to see near to your area. Whenever one particular tree is taller than your building, if you are able to consider taller than that, that's a tall building. Now we cannot define like that. Anything more than 500 meters above is a super tall building. Super tall buildings are presenting new challenges to engineers, particularly in relation to structural and geotechnical designs. Very difficult. What type of foundation material you are going to use? Lodha builders, they started building Lodha towers in Bombay. In case you are going to visit Bombay, please go and see them. Just imagine, you think about yourself. Just to show up in front of your girlfriend, I want to take 1 ton load on my head. Do that, you'll come to know your level. See what will happen to here. Just think of, it will going to be crushed in such a way, even God will not going to repair. He will say, sorry, I have not told you to carry 1 ton load. That means 10 quintals. Just to show something, to build up something you have done, crush something you cannot repair. You, whatever number of years you are going to survive, you have to be on the bed one fine day out. Try to understand. Don't cross limit. You understood? Everything has certain limit. In engineering also we have a stated criteria, especially for foundations. It has to satisfy the bearing capacity requirement and also settlement should be well within the limit. If the structure as such is perfectly alright, because of your foundation, your building is going to tilt like this. 1 in 20. What will happen if you put the cart? One leg will not touch. In the night, if you are also moving, usually people will move, right? You will get nice music. In that music, you may not get sleep. See, all these are all own creations, not knowing. But in this case, you have to understand. That's the reason these statements. Let's see the second one. Many of the traditional design methods cannot be applied with any confidence since they require extrapolation well beyond the realms of prior experience, and accordingly, structural and geotechnical designers are being forced to sophisticated methods of analysis and design. What do you mean by more sophisticated? Only IIT professor knowing means more sophisticated? It's not like that. Okay. The area specific. Take for example, you are here, depending on the topography, you have a certain wind speed. That's very important. Anything more than 12 story, you have to design for wind. Anything more than 12 story. And also, if it is there in the different regions, then you have to look out for the wind speed. Otherwise, you have to consult the local guidelines or codes. That's all you have to do it. If these existing things are not at all applicable, let us imagine I am professor. If by mistakenly someone, doctor, that's the reason I am not writing doctor anywhere. Please don't write when you are traveling in the train. It's a danger. Something happened to me. Unnecessarily, when college people to praise Gowda, GR dot border is more than enough. I born with a GR dot border. Of course, after a few days of my birth, they have given name to me. Immediately after birth, nobody knows what was my name. Even our parents were not knowing. They have to follow certain custom, maybe 12 or 13 days. When I die, the GR dot border will go. Then the body, only body will go. Whose body? At the most, people may use my name. Oh, that fellow's body. Then doctor, professor, this and that, all will go. One time, problem happened. One lady was having stomach problem. Hey, there is a doctor. They came to me. Arey, I am not that doctor. I am doctor of animals, I told, joking. One should not write. People, there is a hope. Oh, hope that the doctor is there, he can do something to that patient. There you have to understand the intention. Intention is nothing wrong in it. Already doctor is traveling in the same bogie. He may suggest something. He may ask someone, whatever you have, a lemon is there or something else is there or glucose is there. He can construct some stories, right? Then finally he can help the patient. That's what is the reason. Always you have to look out for. Then how I'm going to bring in the sustainability. Here I'm going to use the sophisticated methods of analysis and design. What is really needed for the construction of foundation and related to foundation engineering. I'm going to reduce the number of files. Got the point. If I'm reducing the number of files, just imagine 1 meter diameter, 50 meter long file. You have studied file foundation or foundation engineering subject. For that matter, anyone, whether you are a computer science engineer or a doctor, you need house. If you don't have common sense, the people will cheat. That's what exactly they have done in Jubilee. They hired a consultant from Bangalore. That guy cheated doctor. Later they asked me. All the floors were lifted up. The construction was on black curtains white. At least they should have some sense. He put the granite. The thickness was 27 mm. Can you imagine what is 27 mm thick granite? Here also they have put lot of granite here and there. You just see. Here and there they have put. You understood? Here and they have put. I don't know the reason why they have put. Even 27 mm granite could able to break across. The slabs will be there, no? I hope you understood what are slabs and all. Okay, please just see. Please 1 minute. Our crazy people also will be there. Okay. This is what. Then I told that doctor, hello doctor, why you use the black cotton soil to fill in? Floor filling? No, he could be able to use the same thing. The black cotton, once water entered, the swelling pressure is so tremendous. Lightly loaded building will be lifted up by more than 500 mm. Lightly loaded building will be lifted up by 500 mm. No building can tolerate that 500 mm uplift. Cracks have to happen. Even you have 100-story building. Let us imagine 100-story building at the top. You have a bathroom, wonderful, foreign. You have attached all those tiles and all. Little away, you can imagine your pressure bulb. Your pressure bulb will be so tremendous. Let us imagine underground metro construction is going to take place. Laterally, slowly, your soil is going to move towards that. You are going to see that in your top floor. Happened in Mumbai, happened in Chennai. They were unnecessarily firing where he did something. Forget about he did something or not. The whatever lying below, the part of the soil which is within your pressure bulb has moved. That means earlier that pressure bulb was supporting your entire load. Now the pressure bulb area reduced. Area reduced, what will happen to your stress? Stress by load by area. Stress increase, means strain increase, means settlement increase. It has to be accommodated somewhere. If someone is going to scratch here, means what? Oh, nothing will going to happen. It's as good as applying power means what? You got it? Cut has to happen because it's much harder. Even your nail. These are realities. These are mechanics. It is a science. You cannot. The rules are rules. The rules won't change. Whether Gowder uses or someone else. Law, it has to be like that. If you say Newton's second law, it has to be like that. Whether in India or somewhere else. Please understand. That's what I have planned. Let us see. These are all foundation options. This you have seen. What they have done. You please just see that. Okay. This is also some problem. They will be not knowing. You know, one thing I want to tell you, please don't expect anything from the others. And that too, don't expect the unexpected things from others. Many a times problem, because I am from this area, people will ask. I stayed 2 days peacefully in Bagalkot. When I was traveling yesterday evening, more than 20 calls while driving. Of course, my friend drove with me. This is what is the problem. Of course, I am going to help. That's the reason hope is a method. At least if I am asking Gowder, he is going to do some relief. That's what I am doing sitting in Chennai. Even farmers also, I am advising a lot. That's what I told. Of late I worked out possible. 1 lakh net profit from agriculture land. If they do, they will be well off. Otherwise, they cannot. Okay, because that's very, very important. Without satisfying their requirement, you cannot bring in sustainability here. No way. Otherwise, you're going to eat plastic. Please think about milk. You please go to any village nearby here, no cattle population. Literally no cattle. But you're going to get milk for everyone. How it is possible? Simply sitting here, I am getting good milk. Sometimes some people will talk like that. They don't know literally how the milk is produced. They are thinking milk is going to come from trees. Put one nail and then collect like that. People will think like that. That's the reason I am telling common sense is most uncommon in uncommon people. We are all uncommon people. We are elite people. We don't know many things. But we'll talk a lot. As if we know everything. This is a problem. Sustainable, this is what is meant by sustainability. You know, you have to satisfy, you should respect all organisms. Even though you are not able to see them, you respect them. That means you have to respect Corona also. Arey Baba, please don't come and hit again. Nothing wrong in it, asking God like this. Okay? Let's see. Actually, they adopted here. This shape they have chosen because of wind loading. Anyway, earthquake is not that severe there. This shape they have chosen and they could able to use the pile rock foundation. They could able to reduce the 50% of the piles. Please try to understand. If I am telling, you may laugh. Now it is possible, even now it is possible in India from any institute without investing a single paisa from your father's pocket, you can get engineering degree. You accept? Nobody will accept because you don't know. Na? It is possible. It is possible now without investing a single paisa. There are some organizations, if you are number one, they are going to sponsor your education. But nobody is doing that. Of course, when I have studied, engineering fees were so less. 1,000 rupees, 10-month hostel rent, food. Anyway, I used to get food from my home, 16 kilometers from Babilkot. Institute fee was 600 rupees. That was nothing. Then what I used to do it, I told our parents, you give me 2 acres of land, 16 kilometers. Saturday, anyway, Saturday sometimes our people used to take class, otherwise never used to take class. October full month holiday, I used to come back, I used to raise the crop. I am not dependent on my father for any education. Give me 2 acres, I will take care. Only 1 month. Remaining they used to take care. October month is a critical, especially for the maize crop. Of course, maize can be grown in both seasons. This much knowledge is needed. Then I told, okay, I'm not going to waste anything. I used to do it. I never wasted even single line. I told you, know, the next year when I used to go, I used to look out for the empty pages, take out everything, tie it. That has to write in the beginning. Now things are very, very costly. Next year onwards, you please see your notebook rates. It will be more than 100. Whatever notebook you will see, sometimes you're going to think, if possible, with the online, if you are able to manage, please use online facilities, use your laptop, try to store, try to have one pen drive, store your notes. Don't duplicate on sheet of paper. Don't waste ink or anything. Everything is interrelated. That's the reason I thought we are all related, everything is interconnected. Okay, this is what they have done. Okay, a few more books I want to show you. Designing the Nature, the Ecological Basis for Architectural Design. Some madam was here, HOD of Architecture. They also should use this. Okay. Nowadays this has come, sustainable architecture and all of the things have come. This is the best book. Of course, we don't have architecture in IIT, but other IITs are having, Roorkee and Kharagpur and all. This is yet another book. This is yet another one. This is related to civil engineering. How are you going to bring in sustainable construction? It is not that easy. Even in IIT, it is not that easy. Even choice of your material, choice of any material, and that choice has to be informed. If you use that word informed word, and then informed choice means totally different. Informed choice. I urge you, as a teacher, you have done informed decision to join as a teacher, similarly to the student. Okay. This is what we have done. Later I'll show you. Okay, these are all definitions. So please go through that. Okay. Okay, this is about material. Where do materials come from? Basically from the earth crust. That to these 92 usable elements are coming from the crust. You can just see the classification here: metals, rare earth, precious metals, non-metals. Then 98.5%, the top 8 metals are going to constitute. That too from the earth crust. Let's see. And then you don't have abundance. Okay, you have to use them very sparingly. You enjoy your life. I'm not telling don't enjoy your life. Without knowing what is the meaning of enjoyment, if you are enjoying life, then comes a problem. Basically, what you will do, you will go to live little for your next generation. Our next generation will going to curse us. Our useless these forefathers looted everything. They made our life hell. They should not make that statement. Though they have enjoyed, they have preserved so many things, and also they give us the ways for us to enjoy our life. That's all they have to do it. That's what is sustainability. Simple definition. Okay, a little bit about materials. We'll go to use materials. We just see what is there in this. Apart from, if you remove energy, what is there in this room? Apart from these living entities. Minus human being, minus that energy. Only materials. Nothing else. Different materials. That too, nowadays people are going for hi-fi carpet. The elite people are going for hi-fi carpet. That is very dangerous, especially for your young one. Indirectly, you are making life hell for your young one. They are going to emit young one. Be careful. When we were young, that time food was 100% organic and perfect. Earlier people didn't have. Nowadays people are dying with heart attack. 12 years, 20 years, 50 years. We never heard heart attack. And then the new types of word, dengue, please tell me, even our teachers, when you heard first time dengue? I heard first time dengue after becoming IT faculty. Before that I never heard it. Must have been there in dictionary. In the dictionary there are so many words. Why you need to know them? I am not going to become a literary great. So I have to write a poem, this and that. Whatever little knowledge I have, it is more than enough. I can do my job properly. If the need arises, I will read a lot, I will develop. That is how one has to be. Okay. What is the material? Now you can see here. Word production. Materials. If you see annual word production, tons per year. If you take some world average, first you have a fuels, coal and oil, metals, then you have a polymers, then you have a ceramics, then other things are there. Here you have a PET, polyethylene terephthalate, all your cold drinks bottle, plastic bottles, whatever bottles you have here, no? All these are PET bottles. After first use, what you will do? You may throw, some poor people may use, or it may go to some villages, they may use. After some, once that color will go to become this color, they will throw. It will go to become this color. That is how use will be there. Beyond that, you cannot use. That means already it's degraded. The moment if you continue to use that, you are going to release something in your water. Same water you are going to drink. If the same water is coming to some your tankers to your home, it may come to your home also. You may be thinking, no, I am pure, I have not done anything. The same will go to come back. That is the reason I have said we are all related. We are all connected. Okay, these are the word. Then you see there is one term called an average 2.7 tons per person. This is the annual world production tons per year. Total is 20 billion tons of engineering materials per year on average of 2.7 tons per person. That much you are using. It may be a old estimate. Maybe it's a 5-year-old estimate. It's a 5-year-old book. The book is there. I have already given that book. Ecology and Environment. Okay. Eco-informed material choice. That is a book ultimate. That we have made a compulsory textbook of late. Okay. Anyway, it is just brief timeline, material history timeline, 100,000 BC, and this is what your HOD also mentioned. Okay, Industry 4.0. Now you can see here, Industry 4.0, we are all, connectivity is wonderful. Sitting in your bathroom, you can talk to anybody in the world. Later, all these materials you are going to use. These are all Industry 4.0 materials. You have to use them sparingly. These are not renewable. These are all non-renewable. And that too now, dependence on material is tremendous, one-sided. Dependence on material is tremendous, that too one-sided. You use them, gone. You're never going to get. Even the fertility of our agricultural land is also going down. One fine day, you're going to have all barren lands. Right now, no problem. Another 30 years down the line, you don't have any problem. You don't have to get. Some pulses you are not growing, especially oil pulses, and you have to get from. Otherwise, other rates are sufficient. Okay. This is what I have said regarding dependence. Dependence is always dangerous. Even depending too much on our own spouse is also very dangerous nowadays. Please be careful. Okay. Now you see at the top, 96% we are dependent on non-renewable materials. Once you use them, that means that's gone. Okay. That's it. Later, little more about materials and the environment. Please go through. This is what is the global population right now. See the doubling years, whatever 750 earlier. You can see 2023 and then go back. Talk in terms of present and go back. Same thing. Now see the doubling. In 45 years, our population is going to double. It may reach maybe 1,000 or 1,100, whatever that millions. That's it. Afterwards, you're not going to reach. Whatever deaths because of fight, because of terrorism, because of so many other activities, will go to balance. Okay, India maybe another 30 years. Beyond that, afterwards, what population not going to increase. Okay. And then this is what they have given. Now you can see where we are in terms of billions. It may go or it may come down. Two predictions. Okay. But I believe in this dotted line bottom one. It will come down. Then nowadays people are more sophisticated. Nowadays they are enjoying their own life. Even they are not going for even one son. It is happening now. And then they don't want to have their own house. Europe and America has come. Work 10, 4, 5 years in the city, move entirely to another city, enjoy and find it. That's okay, fine. Perfect, all right. After my death, nobody will be knowing whether my property will go to our relatives. You have to have that philosophy. That means provide for everyone. Philosophy, everybody should. That's it. Another one important point I want to tell you, this is carbon dioxide concentration from, go back. See the number. CO2, but not only CO2. Just see the number. Atmospheric carbon over time. This is what is happening. It is due to our own thinking. That is it. But one fine day will come, city people will move towards village. They are looking for peace. You will never going to get peace. Even in Belgavi, maybe okay, maybe another 10 years. During construction of these flyovers, it was really hell coming this side. I don't know whether you experienced or not. We were staying in the small third or fourth tier cities. When you are coming over here, you are going to face a lot of problem, breathing problem. Just for 1 hour talk here, why have to experience? What is there if you think like that? The same problem, really horrible, especially Bombay and all. Young kids, you cannot stop them talking when they are walking on road. Always they open mouth and then talk. See how much carbon is entering. Okay, this is what that number. Another one. Now you see here, energy, world production. You know already these things, but then this thing I am quantifying, I am putting things in proper perspective. Always talk with fact and figures. Don't talk in the air. Okay, do your homework properly and then talk. These are all given. Someone has combined. See the fossil fuels, the energy, EJ, exajoules per year, exa means 10 raised to 18. And similarly, nuclear, solar, lunar, even lunar, tidal energy, that comes under lunar. Now you see by source and then by use, usage, agriculture, you just see industrial, commercial, residential and transport. That's what is the problem. Nobody cares in India, agriculture activities, because it's not going to add more to the GDP. GDP is also very, very important. In case you want to adopt, please adopt nearby 1 or 2 villages. Try to increase the GDP of your village. Don't talk about GDP of country or state or district or Belgavi Taluka or some village, small village. Identify the root cause, why they could not add to the GDP. Whatever they are producing, whatever they are spending, always the production is more, means always under profit, otherwise they are going to go for loan one fine day. 5 farmers are dying because of this. Always they run their life with a hope. Hope is a method. But not all the time hope is a method. They will so thinking that everything will be all right. They invest a lot, they will die, but they have to provide for education, medical. They have 2-3 mobiles. Single person, they have 2-3 smart mobile. Exactly, the mobile may be better than my mobile. They may not be knowing how to use all, but they have to pay the same money. Whether you use internet or not, today you must not have used it, but money has gone. That is what is the problem. This is someone has to advise them. Okay, GDP of a village. Why village is going? Why people are taking more loan? Our loan is more now. You know, almost 2 lakh rupees per head. State and central together. On our head, 2 lakh rupees. It is not much. If you decide, if you take a oath, within 10 years, you can come out of a loan. But nobody wants. The political system is like that. Always they want to put under that loan mentality. Young people, you have to decide. Anyway, we will go after a few years. Okay? Another one, now you can see this global water consumption. You just see agriculture. Very minimal. You compare this one and then this one. Of course, we are using, but in Karnataka, electricity is free, water is free. That is the reason misuse. You just see all along the roads, water will move all along the roads, gutters, no, the drains. This is the reason. You have to use sparingly. In Chennai, we are not getting water. You don't know that. You may be thinking, oh, they have been IIT, they are, no doubt they are heaven, but water is not there. Especially summer we are facing, we have to wait for the tankers. That is what is the fate of affairs. Okay. Quickly, I'll show you one example. You please try to understand. In order to produce a usable 1 gram of or 1 kg of usable material, how much material you are going to use right from the extraction of the ores, transportation process, this and that. That is what is this megajoules per kg embodied energy. In order to produce 1 kg of usable material, that much energy is used. That's the reason energy. The country which is having energy and water and infrastructure, that country will grow. Otherwise, they won't grow. India is moving towards that. Okay, what Gadkari is doing great job. You have to appreciate his effort, his brain. He was a irrigation minister when I was doing MTech in IIT Mumbai. That time Shiv Sena BJP government was there. Manohar Joshi was chief minister. Since then, afterwards, you just see whatever he is touching, that will be gold for him. You can think of, after all, he has not got a degree from IITs or top institute. Please just think of tremendous. He is reading now also. Anything new, he'll listen. He has a tremendous listening power. That's the reason I told earlier, listening works. Okay, quickly I'll show you all other things. Please go through this. All these things are coming: eco design, environmental sustainable design, and all other things. Okay, through this I want to tell you something, especially foundation. Please go through this. Everything you will going to get it. An example I'll show you later. Because I have to close. This is what proper understanding is important. There is no substitute for that. With the footing on ground, that is also putting single file ground. I want to utilize the best advantages of this. That is how I want to reduce the number of files. Up to 50% you can reduce. If you know only file foundation design, let us imagine for this building 100 files are required, 1 meter diameter, 50 meter long. If you are able to reduce 50%, just see how much you are going to reduce. Millions of dollars, millions of rupees. Okay, this is just this. It is a must analysis procedure. Without applying brain, I want to build a 20-story building. 2-3 story building you can build with your tremendous knowledge. Afterwards, you have to have a proper analysis method. Otherwise, no municipality is going to accept. Okay, that's the reason you have to understand properly. This is what anyway is a technical stuff you have to understand. Okay, there is no other alternative to understand all these things. Okay, this was the first building in Germany, Messetorus, Frankfurt. Okay, it is at another building. Okay, you just see 256 stories. The type of soil layer. One is a Quaternary sand and gravel yellow. The remaining is a Frankfurt clay. These are the pile rings, central, middle, and outer ring. The size of the raft was 58.8 by 58.8. The rings they are loaded. They load tested. You know, on paper, whenever you are putting materials, you will be knowing how much material you have put on. When that load is transferred on the soil, you will be knowing total load. You know how to get the settlement. On paper, you have got the settlement. When you erect on the ground, out of 500 stories, 200 you have erected. Compare. 5% error is okay, because soil after all is not a man-made material. You have to live with. Some errors are always okay. That's the reason always you are putting some extra. Okay, that's what you have done. Now you can see the settlements. Central settlement was 13 centimeter. You have to accommodate this settlement in your structure. Okay, you should not be that rigid. Flexibility is very, very important. Okay. Now you see the load taken by each of the central, middle, and outer ring. Depending on the load coming on, accordingly you have to use a different length. Don't use uniform diameter, uniform length. Diameter may be safe because you maybe have a single pile ring. Length you can vary. Diameter you cannot vary. Diameter vary means you have to go for another pile ring where your requirement is 1 meter or 1.2 or 1.5 meter. You just see constructions are happening. They are putting piles here. Please just see that happened right in front of your campus. Here average load is 11.3. Then comparison how much load was taken by the raft, how much was taken by the pile. Together is the total load coming. That load has to be resisted. Resistance is coming from soil. Whether you use a shallow foundation or pipe foundation, finally the load has to be taken by the soil or geologic medium. Okay. Now we can see here, finally, this is the endowment. This is how you can bring in for new construction or already built in structure. You have to change the material, which is going to consume unnecessarily more power. Power means energy. See, basically, if someone could have suggested, no, simply use pile foundation. In that case, they could have used 64 piles on average length 30 meter. The cost of pile production, you simply multiply 64, 30, 780. One of the estimates, 1.5 million US dollar. Later on, you could able to achieve using 64 piles with CPRF. In the previous, it was 316. 316 multiplied by 60. 316 into 30 meter into 780. This is the cost difference. Cost difference is one thing you have brought in economy. Another one, while so doing, basically you have used less cement. Thereby, you have reduced CO2 reduction up to the extent of 2,500 ton. You may not get any sense out of it when you head your company. If the government, let us imagine you establish a small company. If you are not going to use this data, they will stop your company. That time, no, I invested hundreds, thousands of crores. If you don't know, because of your process activities, how much carbon you are going to add to the environment, if you don't know, they'll ask you right now you are adding this much. By next year end, it should be 1,200 tons. If you don't know, you have to change yourself, otherwise shut down your system, otherwise you have to look out for the new processes. You should develop new things. That's what is the need of the hour. Now they are forcing, they are shutting down so many systems. It may come, maybe you are beginner, you may not be knowing, you may not appreciate. This is what is the present state of affairs. That is how you can bring in the sustainability via civil engineering, that too through geotechnical engineering. Similarly, structural engineering should think of using proper materials. The material which requires least energy to produce, satisfying your aesthetic needs. Just because your aesthetic needs should not use the costly affair, especially carpets are very dangerous. Please don't use them. Especially they are danger for your young one, newly born ones. Okay. Fancy things are not good. With this, I'll stop here. In case you have any questions, please ask me. That's it. Thank you. Any questions are there? Dear students, ask the questions. No? Yes. Sorry, same questions. So please give the mic to.
Namaskar. Namaste, sir. Sir, first of all, thank you so much. Everything was coming out of your heart. We have heard so many this one lectures and all that, but first time I heard something coming out of heart because we are related to Mother Nature. I'm from Maths Department. Sir, so much of things are happening in the nature, and you explained so many things, even including philosophical, ethical, and nowadays even for animal killing and all that, very stringent actions are taking place. The testimony is even Salman Khan was instigated once. So whereas similarly, for even for some very small things where nature is getting disturbed, like throwing out some garbages and all that, whether our country is thinking of good stringent legal actions, like some countries are doing it already.
Singapore, they are doing. Singapore, you go to Singapore, you speak, you be beyond bars. That time you cannot cry, I know Modi, I know this and that. That will work only in India. The moment you are going out, you are just a common man. Okay, please be careful. Try to adopt. The human body is so strong, adaptability. Maybe in Chennai, all of a sudden, particularly, take for example, Colaba. No three-wheelers are allowed, two-wheelers are allowed there. Colaba. You simply follow, don't ask me. Oh, we are also Indian citizens. They are controlling me. They must have sensed something else is going to happen. That's the reason you have to respect. Just bring in your birthright all the time. Your birthright also is to protect environment, and then you have to maintain decency in the public spaces. In the public spaces, you cannot walk just like that. You cannot eat anything. People will talk there. Like the biggest problem in India, we talk about fundamental rights, but nobody talks about responsibilities. The rights will come along with the responsibilities. We have to educate the people. Yes, sir, they are going to come. You have to bring in. In my room, I am not allowing the chutney-wala entering in my your freedom, democracy, and all. Keep it in your room. When you are coming to your room, director has not told me, HOD has not told me to allow student with the chutney. I will kick you out. I will tell. I respect. I have come from my village. I know my village life. I want everything should be fresh. Why you are using the same thing for everything, no? At least going to puja or going to temple. How can you go with your 90s? You must have seen it. You only told it is a 90s, no? Why you are making it as a dailies? Same thing, right? Again, temple is. You are again changing the English word. You want to become word. English is so flexible. Anything you add at the end, largely you want to become. I have seen people. What are you going to portray? Are you going to portray the civilization? Not wearing anything is a civilization. The animals are already there, no, they are not wearing other. This is what is the problem. Problem with progress with the life becomes problem. Please understand this word. This I have already seen. When you go to irrecoverable level, option left to you is a death. Actually, I had a slide. Depression, people are talking. Before going to the depression, after depression, what will be there? Death only will be there. Before depression, body is going to go lot of warning. Before body is going to go lot of warning, if you do not respect your body's warning, go there. People simply show. I went into depression, I came out. No way. Frankly speaking, no way of coming out of depression. Before depression, you will be there in another mental state. At that time, your body is going to go lot of warning. It's a very smart, smarter than your smart mobile. But you are not smart to understand those warnings, you will end up dying. Even if you don't have anything, try to enjoy, try to survive more number of years. These you will going to see more. Please aim for that. Degrees are secondary. After 10, 20 years down the line, degrees will be useless. Only skill set. Or by this job you are eligible, I will not care degrees. Nowadays people will talk about degrees, unpad and all the idiots will talk about politics. What is the use that the idiot don't know how to produce a single grain of rice? What is the use of your knowledge? You cannot eat these things, right? You cannot eat. You may tell I have 5,000, 5 lakh. Eat them. If the farmers united together, they are not supplying anything to the market, what do you need? You have to respect. You have to respect, you have to take everyone along with, especially not only human beings, all living entities. Then only you can bring in sustainability. This is not going to happen in classrooms. This is not going to happen in elite institutes or that elite group of people. You have to take everyone along. You have to respect Mother Nature. You should not. If you are going to do something, you have to do something more than that. Always you have to think of. You are going to use this for your new generation. That's all you have to do. Then only you can bring. Nowadays, why you are talking about green energy? Everybody needs energy. And nowadays, our middle income, low middle income, they are coming up. They want to enjoy their life. They want to purchase everything. You cannot stop. Other countries, they must have enjoyed. They may, sitting in America, they may tell, don't do this, don't do this. Already, whatever they have to do, they have done to the environment. Now they are teaching us. But anything, for our own sake, we have to learn. It is not for others' sake, especially for our new generation, we have to do it. Green energy, I don't know. Any speaker will going to talk a lot about green energy. Yes, we have a lot of potential here, especially for wind farms. And then solar. Yes, please go for it. And then even your institute can work towards. You should come up with your own devices, how to tap that energy and all. There's a lot to do. Yes, sir. Everything is possible, whatever you have said, but we have to accept from the heart. Yes, all these things are possible. Legals, sir, in India, because see, government is the political system. They want to win election again and again. I'm talking about mad dogs. Please don't take me to somewhere else. And nowadays, dog lovers are there. Even in IT, dog lovers are there. Even the dog is killing one kid. That kid is the only son for that parent. Still there. Then I told them. Then I told my philosophy. My life is ultimate. My family life is ultimate. I won't care. If the dog is disturbing me, even though it's a good dog, if it is disturbing me, I'll try my level best to tell. If it is not listening, I'll use iron rod. Because life is ultimate. That's the reason I told you, life is much, much bigger than science and engineering. This is what I told some people. Otherwise, they will finish off. Animal lovers are there in IIT. Off late, we remove all the dogs. First of all, it is very difficult. Please see among yourselves how many people are having kids. How many are having one? To our bad luck, at the age of 13, 20, 40, they may met with accident, they may go. Afterwards, got it. If this is a situation, why you have to compromise? Well, life is important. See, in the Bangalore, you must have seen, it must have happened here in Belgavi also. See, every year they used to kill 1, 2 kids, no, in Bangalore. Poor people, they cannot take along with wherever they are working, their kids, they live behind in the home. Sometimes they will come out. The group of dogs will attack, no? Man may be kind, man must be cruel. Please try to understand. This is what you are witnessing in India. Right or not, I am telling you. Man may be kind. Please don't blame me why you are using man. Nowadays, you are going to come only woman. Because 33 has come, they are going to come everywhere. Everywhere it is going to come. That's the reason our Babalkot College has given to that madam. We told madam, don't worry, madam. Only thing, financial things you take care. Other things you can manage. Nobody cares. You can withdraw that letter in IIT. You can withdraw any letter. You can change any laws, any rules overnight. That's the reason we are safe. No rules are permanent. Only financial, yes, auditing will come. That time you have to be very careful. You should not do anything wrong. Your own money can do anything. Okay. Sir, it is possible. Government cannot do right now unless public come forward. You should say. Why government? Why Modi is going to lose? If you follow Modi, I am going to lose my seat. Nobody is going to follow Modi. Now they are following Modi. At least with the Modi name, I will get elected. That's what is happening in India, right? They will be not knowing who is your MP candidate. Oh, Modi will going to become Prime Minister. Nothing wrong. He is doing well. Whatever with the constraint, he is doing well. He may say so many things. I will also say so many things. I was thinking I wanted to become #1 professor in IIT Madras. Not possible. You got the point? Okay, you live with. You can have aim, work towards, even if you are not getting next year in our September 5th Teachers' Day celebration, they are awarding. I have not got the award. You don't have to worry. People must not be liking my teaching. Next time, let's improve. Raise the bar. Don't discourage at all. Like that, you have to use philosophy and then move on. Why are you worrying? Okay, whatever possible Modi has done. See, 7.5 lakh he has done. No tax. Your family members, 10 are there, only 2 are earning. What about remaining 8 people? You invest on them. Try to get the interest up to 7.5. You will be the millionaire. Indirectly has opened the floodgate for you. You people are, oh, what Modi has done. Even people are luckily just because society is hitting back, they are not opening mouth. They are telling Modi should do everything. After marriage, Modi has to do everything. Huh? That they are not telling. I lost my mother. I should not blame Modi. But yeah, so many things are happening. In Corona, some or the other way, everybody must have lost. Very close one or distant one. Why you have to worry? That is a natural phenomena, right? Many a times, this platform is perfectly all right. I should not complain to Professor Chate. This is not good. No, I am actually walking on terrain, highly rugged terrain. I should not talk. If I am fully prepared, I have confidence in myself. I have belief in your system. You're going to listen to me. What else I need? I am not here to satisfy the requirement of all. Please try to understand. Everything is within. That's the reason Sir has identified. Yes, I'll always talk from my heart. Even I'll abuse from my heart so that you can understand those abusing words. This Bombay has taught me. Bombay is number 1 in abusing. Through movies. I don't know whether you watch all Hindi movies. All new words have come through movies. Of course, we learned more. Okay. Please do that. But try to switch off. This one is very, very important. After 5:30, Team Core, anything useless, remove. How you're going to delete from computer memory, please do that. When you go to bed, go with a peace of mind. Every day you'll be fresh. Don't carry anything next day. Any useless things. Always you have to have positivity. And even though you are not happy, always you have to portray yourself. I am very happy. How are you? Like that, you please portray. One fine day, your whole life will be happy. Even though you are happy, just telling something, please don't do that. Always portray you are happy man. That's it. Everything is possible. All slides are here. You please go through whatever possible. If someone, you can use your slide, these slides, you can make a much better presentation. You can modify everything you can do. Okay, I have given some book titles. All those are available online. You may be knowing because you are 21st century generation, right? You should be much smarter than us. If at all you want to achieve, if at all you want to get work done from elders, you should be 10 times faster than them. 10 times faster. Definitely you're going to get everything. 10 times faster. There is one book web host. There are 4 or 5 available for India. gen.lib.rus.ec. Please write down all books, even including Indian author books. GEN, all general books, all Vedas, all dictionaries, all Upanishads, everything available. GEN dot lib dot rus dot ec. Gen dot lib dot rus dot ec. You name any book, all available. After some years, knowledge should be free. Only thing you should get that knowledge. All books will be free. All available online. That's the reason I told. I have not invested on education. 1998 onwards. 2001 I got. I also enjoyed enough. 1998 onwards, I have not spent a single paisa. Whatever I am getting, everything is a bonus. 1998. Of course, I finished my PhD. I was enjoying coming to Bagalkot every month. Whenever you are getting opportunities, but don't trouble. I never troubled anyone. I not troubled even my own wife. I will not use abusing word. Okay, everything belongs to Shiva. Shiva Mastu, they are using word. No, other Vishnu Mastu, Brahm Mastu, whatever you use, whatever you are God. Use that, be happy. Arguing will not going to solve the problem. Okay, unnecessarily going to get all those nowadays, free of charge, sugar, BP, so many other problems. All are coming because of our own thinking. All our own doings only. Education is after all simple. After all, how many subjects you are studying? 4 or 5 subjects or 5 subjects at the most. Little syllabus will be there. If you see olden days, whole year you have to attend the classes. 500, 600, 700, 800 pages book you have to finish up. Not one book, two books. For you nowadays, very little is there. Even then you are facing difficulty means what are you going to do in your life? Huh? Let us imagine you're going to become chief minister of some state. Do you think it is that easy to run? Think of. After all, you are not able to manage one semester courses. What you do is very little. Please try to learn from others. You can do. If possible, please go out to do MS. Work 5-10 years, come back with 100 crore. Possible. Possible. Then you put money here, enjoy, improve. First you improve your own relatives, your own community. Then try to do to government later or some NGO and all. That is how the country will progress. This country is there near to Belgium, Luxembourg. That is very richest. They don't have anything in their country. Everybody is working outside. They are pumping money back. They are very happy. In India also you can do it. I am telling you, all engineering graduates, 50% of our engineering graduates are pumping back 10 crore. Within 10 years, will be number one in the world. 10 years is too small, yeah. We are surviving up to 60, 70, 80 years. 10 years you dedicate for that. Then see what will happen. But we don't have patience, no. Everybody wants to become rich very next day. Want to achieve everything next day. It's not possible. Even a 5-year girl wants to have a kid. God will say sorry. With this, I'll stop here. Yeah, please tell me. Okay. Okay.
But when we talk about the primary education and higher education up to 10th or 12th, there is a lot of fee difference, sir. If you take the primary fees of any of the small kid, it is in terms of lakhs now. But if you take the one engineering, it is 1 lakh.
Who is responsible?
No, sir. In central level or state government, any such policies are coming that there should be a uniform thing.
No, sir. Common public should come out. At least you can tell them what to undergraduate free education. Then automatically that problem will be not there. We only killed the government school. We only asked the private people to start the new school. And then I am professor of GIT. I want to put my kid there. Let my land go, let my the other thing. You got the point. We are doing like that only. There is no point after 26 letters. Vishwasraya studied where? Can you produce Vishwasraya like a son? Putting in 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh, 10 lakh school? No way. Attitude is very, very important. School is nothing. But IIT to some extent they are balancing. No? You please write the GATE exam, come for MTech. Some IITs are having interviews. Some IITs will see GATE score. After 2 years you are MTech from anywhere in India or from other countries. After 2 years you are eligible for PhD admission. To some extent you are doing. At least you have to pass that exam. You have to pass that interview. Minimum is there. This is our mindset. Simply putting my kid. Take for example sugar. What type of sugar you are taking in your canteen? 4th grade. Even though you are getting a lot of sugar here, the first grade they never released to Indian market. Because you are not capable of paying that much money. Even in so-called 5-star hotel. In the 5-star or 7-star they are using 2nd grade sugar. Just see. Then whenever you are out, whether a millionaire or beggar, they are going to breathe the same air. In some sense we are all common, we are all equal. But only thing we are differentiating. There is no point in putting money on that. Later cribbing. Then finally you don't have that many jobs. No, India it is a possible. When I went 15 years back to 15 days I stayed in Sri Lanka, things were so cheap that time. Most of the things have to go from India. I understood their education system. It's so simple. At least they adopted common. They won't idiot. Even though he's idiot in my community, I should say he's idiot. But we are not telling that. We are making him as a king. We will take their photo in the procession. That's what we are doing exactly. That is the problem. That's not good for country. The soft people, they don't have any place in. That's the reason they are leaving India. You don't know how many people are leaving. After getting proper education, first they'll see their kids will place. Afterwards they will move. Many are leaving. After country left with only useless fellows, that time it's very difficult for the soft people to survive. We have to at least up to undergraduate, including MBBS, BA and all government school, depending on your percentage. Okay, you want to percentage, anyway differentiation will be there. At least you can identify at least 20 institutes are equal in everything. Whether you get admission here or there, you don't have to differentiate. No, I want to get only in JIT means what? Then comes a problem. If that is the case, only one seat is available in computer science. They may ask you 50 lakh rupees donation. If you have capability, they will pay it. Then finally 50 lakh, then expenditure, you think of only 10% interest. When they get the degree, they may not earn all this money. Then in between you, our bad luck, health issues, then you have to, whatever your earnings, you have to pay as a premium, medical premium. And why are you running life? That is what exactly happened. Now I am not forcing people. It will going to happen. First it has to happen in the US. That US dances, then only India will dance, no? Who otherwise will not dance. They only brought these degrees for jobs. Now they are thinking of skills. You have these skills, required skills for this particular post. I don't need degree. Why you have to have degree? Similarly, that will going to come. Then only you can bring in some equality. Otherwise, it is very difficult. Very, very difficult. You please think over. After all, you have 1, 2, none kids. Huh? That's it. Why you are making your life? We have taken a lot of trouble to come to this level. Still, we are forcing our kids to do the same thing. In what way they are different? After all, they are going to get job only on earth. Not in India, maybe in America. American situation is so horrible right now. Nobody knows. American situation is so horrible. But only thing, they won't keep money in bank. That will be on the ground. That's the reason they are well off. But India is not poor, but our all money will be there in the bank or in the form of gold. You please do some estimation. We are not that poor. Of course, Britishers have looted a lot because of our fate, because of our stupidity. You cannot blame anyone. You cannot blame anyone. But now you have everything. Now you have to correct. Do the course correction. At least you have not done earlier. From today onwards, start. Take oath. Yes, let's do something. That's not going to happen. People are not doing. I am the example. I am telling all my relatives, even in the agriculture system, next year target is there. Total return on everything 1 crore by next December. With all my relatives, I am thinking. Like this only. I am ruthless in implementing something. Sometimes this won't work. Sometimes dandam will work if needed. Yes, our teachers used to hit us. Then only could able to learn something. Nowadays, you do this. Nothing will going to happen. Many a times, parents only responsible for their, this means hell degree. Parents only responsible. Afterwards, blaming someone is not going to work. Right in time, you have to correct the people. The right in time, it is a high time. You are autonomous. Please include ecology. Ecology is a common open electives. You people are telling compulsory for everyone. Whoever is going to graduate from this institute, they should have a working knowledge in that. Whether they are going to practice or not, their problem. I have to do my job. I have to do job. I don't have to do this job for someone else. Please do that. It is possible. And respect other field of specialization. Don't respect only engineering and medicine. Other fields are also equally important. People are not liking. But everybody wants to have government job in India. Nobody wants to do agriculture. Agriculture is also wonderful. I never planned. Simply our teachers told me, you are good, you please study. I studied. I just applied. I got it. Only first time I applied, that one only that job. 100 rupees DD was there that time. I lost only 100 rupees DD in my life for job. Later, when I joined IT Madras, I told them, job seekers, why are you taking DDs? After all, government institute. It's just like an ocean. Whether you had water at Goa or Bombay or Mangalore, doesn't make difference. The Indian Ocean, right? Then why you need money? That's what I told. Now anybody can apply with eligible degrees. The shortlisting will take care how to eliminate, how to cut you short. That's it. That is what is the system right now. From here also possible. Everything is possible, please. But do your job sincerely. Always you have to aim for gaining tremendous knowledge. If the teacher is telling one thing, you have to learn 10 things. That's what I told, 10 times faster than teacher. Then only will come up. Exams are so simple. Sitting in Bagalkot only, I wrote all exams. I have not gone anywhere. Just I purchased some books. Sitting in Bagalkot, I wrote GATE exam in Jubilee. Then Bombay, I got it. Finished. I was working as a project engineer. Then applied to IT Madras, I got. Now, since 21 years, I'm there. Sometimes I'm coming here, moving here, there. That's it. Sometimes I'm going to other countries. Of course, government works you have to do. Whatever government projects and all, we have to do it. Yes, we have to do because government institute. I cannot say no, I'm busy, this and that. After some days, they'll tell you, get out. You have to do it. Even if I'm not capable, I have to work with others. I have to form a team. Through team, I have to deliver. If this problem is so complicated, then you can call for an expert who is good in that. Especially 700, 800 story or meter building are not there in India. That time you have to be very careful because you are investing thousands of crores. They won't believe. Then they have to do a lot of testing. What will happen to the ground floor column? Whether it is capable of taking 200 story building weight. What type of material one should use? What should be the cross section? Then what should be the foundation depth? All those things. Then how many years you need to construct? Curing is very, very important. Essential for RCC. Even though you are using composite construction. It is not just enough knowing some technology, sustainability, this and that. Correct method of analysis and design. But quality assurance. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I took more time.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful and informative session on ecology, environment, and sustainability. Now I request the offline participant to be here to present. There will be chair and co-chair to go through your presentation, which will be done within 5 minutes. So kindly share your presentation in the laptop, and we can start with the session. I request the audience to stay back for the paper presentation, which is offline. There are 6 to 7 papers. Participants, I would like to welcome you for ICGEST 2023. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome Chair of this particular offline session, Dr. G.R. Dodgaudar sir. Dr. G.R. Dodgaudar sir was born on 1st June 1969 He completed his diploma in DET Bangalore in 1988, later B degree in 1992 from KUD Dharwad, and obtained MTech degree in Geotechnical Engineering from IIT Bombay in 1995. Postdoctoral degree also from Indian Institute of Technology Bombay, specialized in geotechnical engineering. Currently is working in IIT Madras since 2002. He has 1 year of experience in industry, 21 years of experience in research and teaching. He has guided 21 PhD students, 7 MS students, and 20 MTech students. Currently, he is guiding 9 PhD students, 1 MS students, and he has published more than 68 papers in international journal and 36 in national journal, presented 120 papers in conference proceeding. He has written 1 book and 2 monographs. He is actively engaged in continuing education program and delivering lecture online and offline, motivating the students. So I welcome chairperson for this particular session, Dr. G.R. Dodgodar, sir. It also gives me a pleasure to welcome the convener of this ICGEST 2023 and also co-chair, Dr. Vaibhav Ravi Chate. Sir has completed BE from Gokte Institute of Technology, MTech in Environmental Engineering from KLE, College of Engineering, Belagavi, PhD VTU in the year 2019 in the area Geo Environmental Engineering. He has also completed his post-PhD interaction at IIT Madras in the year July 2019. Sir has rich experience in industry, that is 1 year working under SPAM consultant and a teaching experience of 14 years. Currently, he is associate professor and head of civil engineering department, GIT. Sir has received grants for spices in the year 2021-22. He has received grants for Karnataka State Council and Science and Technology in the year 15, 16, 17, and 18. He is currently the convener of this ICGST 2023. He is a reviewer for Journal of Environmental Chemical Engineering, that is elsewhere, Construction and Building Material elsewhere, and Sir has 1 PhD scholar registered under him. He has numerous papers, that is in SCI 2, Scopus 6, UGC 2, International Conference 5, and National Conference 4. And also, Sir is actively engaged in workshops, STTP, webinars, and conferences. He has been resource person to many of the institute, delivering lecture in the research area of nanotechnology, environment, and geo-environment. So I present before you Dr. Vaibhav Ravi Chate as a co-chair for this offline session. So now I would begin with the session. The first paper that the presentation will be done is GS 1014 Numerical Investigation of Plain Solar Air Heater by Ankita Nath. The presentation duration is 10 minutes and 5 minutes for questionnaire. 15 minutes. Total is 15 minutes. Yeah. The restriction is 12 minutes. I request the author to start with the presentation.
Good afternoon to all the panel members and my fellow speakers. Today I am Geeta Nath. Having worked with Mariam Dabi and Nabam Tei, will present on their behalf on the topic a numerical investigation of plain air solar air heater. We are from Northeastern Regional Institute of Science and Technology, Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh. Coming to the outline of this presentation, I'll first start with a brief description of what actually a solar air heater is, followed by objectives, methodology, results, and conclusion. Now, getting into why we chose to do this project is efficient conversion of solar energy into useful energy is going to be the biggest challenge for human race as all other non-renewable sources are getting depleted day by day. Solar energy is clean, eco-friendly, and is freely available for the use in the long run. For low and moderate temperature devices, solar air heater is the best suited device. Here is the present energy scenario in India. Surprisingly, India consumes only 1/10 of what Western nation does in terms of energy and power. These 2 points were concluded in India's nationally determined contributions under Paris Agreement for the year 2021 to 2030. That is to reduce the GDP emissions by 33 to 35% by 2030 and to move to non-fossil fuel based sources equal to 40% of electric power by 2030. This is a statistics related to the number of villages that has been illuminated by solar power in Arunachal Pradesh. As we can see from the table, the Anjar district of Arunachal Pradesh has the highest number of villages that has been illuminated by solar power. Coming to the main point of what actually a solar air heater is. Solar air heater is a very simple device that uses solar energy to heat after absorbing solar radiation. It has a varied application ranging from drying of crops to dehumidification, air conditioning, building heating, etc. It has a very simple components comprising of an absorber plate, a glass cover, an insulation, and two passages for air coming in and for moving air out. Here are some of the works that has been done before. The recent work being done by Oliver et al., which studied about adding SHS materials to boost the thermal efficiency and decrease the heat loss. Now, coming to the objective of our work is to study the different operating parameters such as say mass flow rate, thickness of insulation, absorber plate area on the thermal performance of solar air heater. Coming to the methodology, this work has been done using the MATLAB software, and for that, a schematic view has been shown here of a solar air heater. And for this, the length of the solar air heater is being taken as 1.83 meter, the width as 1.5 meter, and the duct height as 0.05 meter. It is assumed that the side walls and the bottom walls are thermally insulated, and the upper part of the solar air heater is made with a glass cover with high transmissivity. Here are some of the different insulating materials for study with their thermal conductivity. These are the devices that were used to measure different parameters like local ambient temperature, solar insolation, and wind velocity. The pyrometer was used to measure the solar insolation, and this anemometer with inbuilt temperature sensing feature was used to measure the wind velocity and the temperature. So to do the investigation, some of the assumptions were being made. For example, the solar collectors will only work under steady state conditions. That is, the properties will not change with time at a specific point. Then the average temperature was considered to be uniform all throughout the study. The temperature will just change in the direction of flow. The ducts were assumed to be leak-free, and the input temperature and the ambient temperature were assumed to be the same. This is a range of the parameters. For example, the mass flow rate was studied from the range 0.01 to 0.04 kg per second. Then overall loss coefficient to 0 to 10 watt per meter square Kelvin. Thickness of insulation as 0.002 to 0.008 meter, and the absorber plate area from 0.5 to 2.5 meters square. These are the thermal modeling equations that were used to do the numerical investigation using the MATLAB software. So as we can see, say for example, the thermal efficiency equation, here the thermal efficiency and the absorber plate area is inversely related, which means that if the absorber plate area increases, thermal efficiency will decrease. So coming to the results, at first the temperature variations were studied. This was done experimentally, and we found that the solar radiation and inlet temperature in this graph, initially it rises, then reaches a peak point, and then gradually it decreases. It rises, it reaches the peak point at around 1 o'clock in the in Arunachal Pradesh. And again, for this inlet temperature and outlet temperature, also the same characteristic was shown. As for example, it gradually rises, then reaches a peak point, and then again it decreases. Now coming to the parametric results. At first, this absorber plate area versus thermal efficiency for different mass flow rates were studied. As we can see from the graph is hyperbolic, which means that if the absorber plate area increases, thermal efficiency will decrease. But when we will do the experimentation, we have to keep in mind the cost of production as well. So we cannot increase the absorber plate area beyond a certain range. Next is the study between thermal efficiency and mass flow rate for different solar radiation. And we can see that this graph is linear. This means that as the mass flow rate increases, the thermal efficiency will also increase. Next is the graph between convective heat transfer coefficient and the mass flow rate. Again, this graph comes out to be linear, which means that if the mass flow rate increases, the convective heat transfer coefficient will increase. Next is the graph between thickness of insulation and side plus bottom loss coefficients for different insulating materials. For example, for this study, we took thermocol, glass wool, and bubble wrap. And the graph, it turned out to be hyperbolic, which means that the thickness of insulation as it increases, this loss coefficient will decrease. But we have to keep in mind, like when we do the experimentation, we cannot increase the thickness of insulation beyond a certain range, as it will increase the cost of production. Next is the graph between thickness of insulation and collector efficiency factor for different insulating materials. We can see from the graph that at the range of 0.04 to 0.05 meter, both the glass wool and bubble wrap have the same collector efficiency. As the graph, almost it coincides. Again, the graph between the overall heat loss coefficient and collector thermal energy gain is being studied. Here also the graph comes out to be hyperbolic, which means that as the overall heat loss coefficient increases, this thermal energy gain decreases. It was studied for different absorber plate area. Coming to the conclusion, we got that it was studied using a MATLAB software to study the different operating parameters on the thermal performance of a solar air heater. And we found out different relations. As for example, heat transfer coefficient is increases linearly as the mass flow rate increases. The side and bottom loss coefficient decreases as insulation thickness increases, and so on. My future works is like the fabrication and experimental analysis of this solar air heater, and to compare this numerical results with the experimental results. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation and would like to thank the organizer for giving me this opportunity to perform. Any valuable suggestions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions, please? Many of your audiences are online, right? Online also they are there, right? Dear online participants, in case you have any questions, please ask. Total, how many are there online? Okay. Very few are there. You just go back one slide. You have not done any experiments as of now.
No, sir.
Are you doing MTech or PhD?
Sir, MTech.
Oh, you are in which year? Final year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now you have to fabricate as part of your MTech requirement.
Yes, sir.
For farm experiment, then you have to compare with numerical.
Yes, sir.
How much coding you have done using MATLAB?
So the numerical numerical thing was done using the MATLAB software. Those graphs were you.
Have you done independently or you taken help from someone else?
So my guides were helping me.
Guide helped you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good, very good. Are you thinking of scaling up? Right now yours is very small. I want to heat water for hostel students. The total inmates are 500 people.
Okay, sir.
If at all you want to scale up this setup, in order to heat water for them to take bath or some other utilities,
Yes.
how to go about?
Yeah.
Have you thought of doing some scaling up?
So as of now, I haven't thought of it, but I'll talk to my guide and I'll think of
Okay,
it.
please do experiment, try to see how quick you can heat the water.
Okay.
Okay, that's also very, very important.
Yes.
Do small experiments, start with, later someone can do the scaling up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay,
you, sir.
thank you.
Sir. Thank you, everyone.
Next is GS 1075, monitoring and evaluation of groundwater quality. It's mapping using GIS over Belagavi city, Karnataka, India by, I think so, Sanket.
ಯಾವ ಫೈಲ್ ನೋಡಿದ್ರು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಫೈಲ್ ನೇಮ್ GS 107 ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ನಡೆದ್ರಿ ಹಾಂ ರೀ ಹಾಂ ಆಯ್ತು ಮುಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ತೊಗೊಂಬರಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಂ 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 ಸರಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಐತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ
Thank you. First of all, my pranams to the honorable dignitaries, respected professors, and all my friends here. I welcome you all to my presentation of my paper, of a paper titled "Monitoring and Evaluation of Groundwater Quality and its Mapping Using GIS over Belagavi City, Karnataka, India." The respective authors and their affiliations. these are the contents. So quickly moving on to the introduction. So in India, as we all know, groundwater is one of the most important sources of water supply, be it be rural or urban water supply. And basically, going by the rough estimates, this keeps changing, but going by the rough estimates, about 90% of the rural population directly depends on groundwater for their sustenance, or mainly they use it for drinking and other home domestic purposes follow. And in urban, there has been a significant decrease in the consumption of groundwater, mainly for drinking purposes. And it has in India, it's roughly about 30% of the urban population directly depends on groundwater for their drinking purposes. So now, why this project? Over the last 2 or 3 decades, Belagavi city is one of the most, is one of the fastest growing cities in northern Karnataka. It's one of the smart city, it is one of the cities which comes under the smart city development projects as led by the central government. And in 2 decades, we have seen a significant migration in in the population. So with this urbanization, industrialization, and agricultural and non-regulated agricultural practices, there comes a problem of groundwater pollution. And this project is a comprehensive, study, and it is done in collaboration with National Institute of Hydrology, Belagavi, which is a autonomous institution under Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India, and Department of Civil Engineering, KLSGIT. So we have used GIS mapping. We have used GIS as a tool to map the water quality. As you all know, GIS is a innovative and systematic source of mapping, and we can get to know, we can visualize, analyze, and interpret the data. These are the literature reviews. We have referred some standard studies which were carried out in Thanjavur city, in Surat city. Basically, they have tested for various parameters and they have mapped it. So the objectives of the study are to evaluate, to know the groundwater status of the city. First thing is to evaluate the groundwater quality in Belagavi city, to identify groundwater quality problems in various part of the city, to classify groundwater based on the chemical quality, and the last one is to create groundwater quality mapping using GIS. Coming to the study area, Belagavi city, as I said, is one of the fastest growing cities in North Karnataka. This is the depiction of Belagavi city from Karnataka state and India. Located at latitude 74 degrees 39 minutes and 15 degrees 57 minutes. So, coming to GPS survey, as we are integrating hydrology and GIS, we need to get the coordinates of the respective wells or the observation wells which we have used for the study. So that's why we have used GPS as a tool, and for that purpose, we have used a simple mobile application called as GPS Essentials. So just to give an overview of the data, can you just open that? So this is the list, the Excel sheet of the wells used for the study. We have used two seasons as a study. One is the post-monsoon 2022, and the next one was in pre-monsoon 2023. So if you just scroll up, sir, please. Yeah, if you look at the columns there, one is a sample name, this is a remark, latitude, longitude, elevation. These are the results. We just focus on the first five. So this is how the data is collected. Present. So methodology, the first is we have adopted standard laboratory procedures for monitoring the groundwater quality parameters, which includes which is in compliance with the NIH standards from right from the sampling techniques to the testing and as well as the inferences. The next one is the chemical analysis, which consists of about 14 parameters. We have used 14 parameters, and the next one is hydrogeochemical classification. Based on the water quality, we are going to just classify it. And why the term hydrogeochemical classification in the sense is the groundwater, which is present in any aquifer, if you take, it carries a whole lot of geological information, geochemical information of the area. That's why we are using the term hydrogeochemical. So next one is mapping using GIS. The sampling techniques and preservations. In order to understand the problem, we have collected about 24 samples, groundwater samples, from both open wells and bore wells in the post-monsoon season, and in pre-monsoon we have collected 36 samples. So just to give an overview, this is the preservation of samples. We preserve it in a laboratory, and this is a sample description. If you look at this OW stands for open well, and 24 is the serial number of that sample. So this is the area, and adjacent to Bellary Nala. This is we are also required to public what are they using it extensively for, and this is the collection data. So this is the distribution of wells in and around Belagavi city. There are over 36. So yes, coming to the analytical methods and equipment used in the study, we have adopted electrometric for physicochemical parameters like pH, and titrometric methods for alkalinity, chlorides, calcium hardness, total hardness. Also comes mineral estimation. For mineral estimation, we have used spectrophotometry. This is the chemical analysis, the various solutions which were used for, like hydrochloric acid for alkalinity, and EDTA for hardness, and all others. And this is a spectrophotometric analysis. So coming to the results and discussion, Belagavi city in general receives an annual rainfall of about 1400 to 1500 mm, and it is mainly covered by black cotton soil and red loamy soils. So this chemical data which we have got, the results that we got, there is a trend of deterioration. How we are saying this is that there were studies conducted in 1998 and 2000 by the National Institute of Hydrology. And when we compare the data, we are getting there is a trend of deterioration. And one of the areas which we found is Kanbargi. Chloride concentration is going up to 1242 mg per liter. There is no making it unfit for potability as well as for irrigation. Now this project is not to is made not to create any panic, because Kanbargi region has the history of irrigation cultivation for thousands of years. This project is not to create any panic, but just to get the inference and provide alternatives. What are the alternatives? We want that irrigation to go on. We want the cultivation to go on. We have to sustain that food chain. So the next is, again, we got hardness as 1200, and TDS is 1650 in that area, which leads to soil salinity. And in Koyampunagar, we got to know, we ascertained the iron concentration of about 2.55 mg per liter, which is not suitable for drinking. Major problematic areas are Camp, Khasbagh, Khade Bazar, Maruti Galli, Kanbargi, Old Belagavi, etc. So, and one more thing, I have to speak about this PHP colony. About 10-15 years ago, or 10 years ago, the only source of water supply, may it be drinking, may it be domestic, was groundwater alone. But the problem is, due to unchanneled sewage, this is one of the problems in the city. Due to unchanneled sewage lying adjacent to this area, the groundwater of the open wells have been seriously contaminated with the sewage intermixing. That's why the CCB has proposed a new water supply line for PHB, and it has been undertaken already. So, if more and more wells get abandoned, the reliance on the surface water supply or other sources will go unreasonably. So this with increasing population, this is also one of the major problems. So we don't want that to happen. We have to sustain. If we want to sustain the water bodies, we have to address this problem and also mitigate it. The next, water scarcity. Yes, this is one of the problems in summer. Also wells adjacent to Bellary Nala. Bellary Nala was once a freshwater body. It was a freshwater river, and now it has been completely turned into a sewage water, which is mixed up with industry waste, agricultural waste, and all others. So just to show the Excel sheet of the analysis. So these are this is how the Exceling is done of the results. On the columns we have sample name remarks. These are the coordinates, and there are 14 parameters over here, and about 24 samples for the post-monsoon season. In pre-monsoon season, we have 36 samples, and we have about 14 parameters on the columns. So this is the special variation. As we are integrating hydrology and GIS, we have used QGIS, which is free of cost. Anyone can use it. And this is these are some of the maps. We'll not be able to show all due to technological constraints. This is the iron variation map. These are the coordinates. These are the longitudes. These are latitudes, and these are the sample names. If you look at the iron variation, it's about 2.46, as I talked about, which is going up to 2.46 in Koimpunnagar. This is a TDS variation map. OW9. OW9 stands for I think it's Kati region. Next. Total alkalinity, total hardness. Next. This is for the pre-monsoon 2023 nitrate. As you can see, it's going up to 110, whereas the permissible for, as per the BIS, the permissible limit is 45 mg per liter. Now, this has serious effects on the health, the consumption. The next is the chloride concentration map. So conclusions, so analysis of the data that we have done, and followed by the field investigation and discussions that were held with the scientists working in this field. Definitely, the groundwater is getting contaminated, especially due to waste disposals without any precautions. When we went for sampling in post-monsoon 2022, which was in October 2022, and again we went for pre-monsoon in 2023 in March. So what we observed physically is that there has been an upsurge in the in the waste dumping sites. These are the non-regulated waste dumping sites I'm talking about. So yes, this will be beneficial to local authorities, policymakers, and general public. So in general, this project is being submitted to the City Corporation Belagavi. So coming to the recommendations, whenever we propose solutions or the way forward, which we call in the scientific terms, we always give it in the form of recommendations to the government, as we are collaborating with the national government body. So first one is, now this data will be valued for about 1 or 2 years. In order to have the live data or live monitoring, we want the government to establish a groundwater monitoring system. How they can do is, they can look at our data, like look at the areas that we have studied, look at the problematic areas. They can go and they can establish the groundwater monitoring well, and from that we can get to know the live data of the chemical quality of that. Because in summer season, what happens is, the City Corporation Belagavi is supplying water to Belagavi city, where in parts of Belagavi city where the water scarcity is less and the surface water supply is not possible. So what it is doing is, it's supplying water to the scarce areas through selected wells, because there is no live data about. We have no idea about the problematic areas. We don't have the live data. So that's why we are proposing to the government that we have to establish a groundwater monitoring system covering the whole Belagavi city. So yes, one more thing. This is what I talked about for planning water supply schemes in pollution-prone areas. We have to have an alternative source. From there, we have to find an alternative well, monitor it, evaluate, and then we can use for supply. So yes, the one more thing. Lot of effort has been done in this project, but in order to be effective or in order to implement it on the ground level, we need to have a multidisciplinary approach in order to take down some of the industries or in some of the agencies which are not following any regulations. They are just letting it out in the freshwater bodies or any other dumping sites. So yes, this is what we have found out, as you also mentioned. The wastage of water, which is roughly about 20%. So suppose 100 liters, it's very less, but 100 liters are delivered. Out of that, only about 80% is reaching the actual, is actually being supplied. So 20% is being wasted. So this we want it to be brought under control by replacing the pipelines which are old and damaged. This is already happening as L&T has taken over. And this also will be, the sewage pipelines. There has been, it has been found out that a lot of sewage pipelines which are old, they are leaking, and this will seriously affect the geoenvironmental. And this is the city drainage should be diverted to line gutters, as I was talking about one of the areas called KHB colony. Now it has been taken under, the recommendations have been taken under, and they are proposing a channeled sewage. So yes, and one more thing, sir, in carbonization, I want to highlight that this is not to create any panic because it has got thousands of years of cultivation. Our food, my food, everyone's food in Belagavi comes from mainly from Kanparki region. We don't want the soil to go fallow in the coming years. We just want to divert an alternate source of water to this area. We want to dilute it to some extent where it is permissible to supply it. So that's what we are proposing. Coming to the references. So these are the references. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Dear participants, do you have any questions? Now, someone from Belgaum, they should ask questions. What is the root cause for that particularly village? Kanbargi, something you told, no?
Yes.
What was the root cause of having that type of water quality there?
As per the discussions I have held with scientists, they pointed out that mainly Kanbargi is a less weathered zone. So less weathered zone is capable of releasing major cations like calcium and magnesium. So basically, the soil in that area, the lithology, which we call, is mainly is high in calcium and magnesium in the form of calcium carbonates and magnesium carbonates. So as I said, groundwater is
one more. The irrigation is only by bore wells.
Sir, yes, mainly they are supplying water for irrigation through wells only. No, sir, it's for open wells.
All open wells.
Yes.
What is the depth to water table from the ground level?
From the ground, it's about 15 meters.
15 meters. What is the total depth of open well?
So it's more. I think it's 30 about. It depends.
It depends. It is going to vary from location to location. Yes. Totally, how many wells are there in that area?
So almost all, we don't have the actual data of wells, but almost all.
Are there any surface drains? Storm water drains are there nearby? Nallas, streams?
No, sir. In Kalburgi, there is no such nallas like Ballari Nalla.
But the recharging is only by rainwater?
Yes, sir, completely. And we have the Kalburgi lake. Initially, it was contaminated. Now measures are being taken to bring it down.
That means excessive use of groundwater. That is the reason all those chemicals are
used
now.
Yes, sir, yes. That's the one.
I think same water they are drinking.
No, sir. Actually, through survey, we got to know that a lot of people are not using it for drinking at all. They are using it mainly for domestic, and in Kalburgi mainly for irrigation.
Okay, but in other parts of your Belgaum,
yes,
that TDS and so many other things are very high. What is the reason?
Sir, I think mainly due to sewage intermixing. In the city, it's mainly due to sewage intermixing.
But all these sewers are all leaking. Because the water is going down.
No, the problem is, sir, there is unchanneled sewages. Lot of unchanneled sewages. Where there is no concretized channel.
The same water is leaking and joining the bore wells and open wells.
Yes, sir.
Same thing they are pumping and drinking.
So, yes,
no treatment.
No treatment. No doubt also.
What about health hazards in and around that area?
Yes, sir.
People are suffering?
No, we have not collected that data.
Okay, that's also very important.
Yes,
no?
yes.
Unless you sensitize that number, otherwise people will continue to take the same water.
Yes, sir, that's what.
Okay. These are all, have you written these recommendations in your report to government?
Yes, sir, yes. We have submitted it already. And as per the latest information that I got from April 2024, it is going to get implemented on ground level. So, but the problem is it got 2 years to get implemented. So, there is no live data monitoring. So that's why we want to go for.
No, but have you published these findings in the local newspaper?
No, sir.
In order to inform the locals, those who are depending on that water.
To the locals, we have not submitted it, but so this report.
At least to these corporators, you have to inform, no, that area corporators, so that you can save some people.
Yes, sir. This report is being submitted to the CC, City Corporation Superhouse.
Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. GS1088 estimation of spatial surface energy fluxes and actual evaporation over Ghataprabha river basin using remote sensing data. Professor Sashank.
That would be good. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Professor Shashank. Currently, I'm working as an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, KLSGIT, Belagavi. And also, I'm doing research under the guidance of Dr. Veera Sorgami in Bashwashwar Engineering College, Bagalkot. So, my today's topic is estimation of spatial surface energy fluxes and actual evapotranspiration over Ghataprabha river basin using remote sensing and remote sensing GIS. Next. So these are the contents of the presentation. Next. Coming to the introduction, evapotranspiration is a combination of two main processes, that is evaporation and transpiration. So when it comes to the evapotranspiration, it plays a very significant role in the hydrological balance, and it is one of the complex parameter to estimate accurately. So many researchers have tried to estimate evapotranspiration both in spatial and temporal scale, as it varies with respect to space as well as time. And when it comes to the measurement or when it comes to the estimation, we have to deal with many parameters which are depending on the climate. And as I said, it is changing with respect to space and time. So that's why when we go for the measurement or when we go for the estimation of evapotranspiration, we found many difficulties to estimate in a spatial scale. But when it comes to the recent developments in the field of remote sensing, it has made us possible to estimate it spatially by using remote sensing data. So this research is an attempt to estimate evapotranspiration in a spatial scale as well as temporal scale. Next. So coming to the inferences, so based on the literature review, it is found that many researchers have estimated the evapotranspiration over different areas. So many studies found that evapotranspiration can be estimated with the help of weather data, but that can be done only in specific regions, that too by using some empirical formulas. So, and from the many researchers, it is evident that spatial evapotranspiration can be calculated spatially with the help of surface energy balance parameters. So, because of that, we have done extensive literature review on the surface energy balance methods. So, based on that, in our study area, we found that surface energy balance algorithm for land found a very good method for estimation of evapotranspiration. And also, we have seen the results of that surface energy balance algorithm all over the world. And it has given very good results in the semi-arid and arid regions. So even we found that no such studies were reported for the Ghataprabha River Basin as of now. So that's why we have chosen Ghataprabha River Basin, and we have tried to estimate evapotranspiration over Ghataprabha River Basin. Next. So coming to the objective, this is just one part of my research. The first objective is to extract the surface energy balance parameters such as net radiation, soil heat flux, sensible heat flux, and latent heat flux from the satellite image. By making use of this surface energy balance parameters to estimate actual evapotranspiration across the Ghataprabha River Basin using Sebel algorithm in conjunction with the Landsat 8 OLIT-RS images. And finally, to validate the results by using Google Earth Engine's E-flux actual evapotranspiration. Next. Okay. Coming to the study area, Ghataprabha River Basin is chosen as a study area. It is one of the sub-basin of River Krishna, having around 8,829 kilometers square area, very huge area. And even we have observed that many researchers were concentrated only on some land use land cover parameters, such as some people have concentrated only on the vegetative land, and some researchers have concentrated only on the water. Some researchers have concentrated only on the rock surface. But in this research, we have tried to estimate actual evapotranspiration over various land use land cover features. Ultimately, we can say it as a heterogeneous condition. Next. So this is the study area of Ghataprabha River Basin. This ridge boundary is drawn with the help of digital elevation model. So this is the overview of the study area. It is taken from the Google Earth, and this study area is also having one reservoir, that is Hidkal Reservoir, and we can see the topography of the reservoir. We can see more elevation at the edge of the watershed, and also we can see the river at the center. And finally, that river is going to meet Almaty Reservoir at the end. Okay, next. So these are some of the data sets which were used to estimate actual evapotranspiration as well as surface energy balance fluxes. And in this study, we have used Python to process the image, as it is very complicated to deal with the spatial data. So that's why Python coding is used over here. And also to create a map, we have used QGIS. Next. So this is the brief methodology which is used in this study area. The Landsat 8 images were collected from the USGS Earth Explorer. Landsat 8 generally consists of visible spectrum bands and near infrared and thermal infrared band. That is why we can calculate actual evapotranspiration from Landsat 8. So visible spectrum bands and thermal infrared bands were converted into spectral radiance, because when we download it, the values were in the form of digital numbers. That digital numbers will be converted in the form of reflectance. So later that reflectance are calculated in the form of emissivity, NDVI, surface albedo, land surface temperature, and later by making use of land surface temperature, NDVI as an input parameter, we can extract net radiation, soil heat flux, and sensible heat flux. With the help of this basic surface energy balance parameters, we can calculate latent heat flux. With the help of latent heat flux, finally actual evapotranspiration is calculated. Later it is validated with the help of E flux. So this is the overall methodology of the project. So coming to the results, as I said, the surface albedo map. Surface albedo indicates the reflecting capacity of the area. So here we can see that wherever the exposed rocks are there, that they are reflecting more energy. So in this study area, we can see that here reservoir is there. Reservoir means it consists of a water. Water absorbs most of the energy which is falling on it. So that's why it is having very less surface albedo. And wherever the exposed rocks are there, they are reflecting more energy because the absorption is very less. Wherever the water is there, their absorption is there. So there we can see less surface albedo, and wherever the exposed land is there we can see a more surface albedo. Coming to the NDVI, NDVI indicates the density of the vegetation. Here we can see wherever the Western Ghat is there we can see more NDVI values, and wherever the water is available abundantly, there we can see more NDVI values, and where the water is not available, there the vegetation is very less, and there we can see very less NDVI values. Even in this study, we have compared the results with the land use land cover futures also, and we found that the results are coming correctly in that particular regions. Next. So coming to the land surface temperature map. So here also we can say that see that the along the ridge almost we can we have exposed rock. So that's why we can see more land surface temperature all around the ridges. As we go towards the western direction where we have Western Ghats, there the land surface temperature is very less because of the Western Ghats, and wherever the water is there, wherever very good irrigation practice is there, because of the availability of the water, because of the river, so there we can see very less temperature. That is all because of the water which is present over the region. So even we can see the net radiation, the energy which is available on the surface. It is just a net energy. We generally calculate it as the difference between incoming radiation and outgoing radiation. This is also act as one of the input parameter for the estimation of evapotranspiration. So coming to the soil heat flux and sensible heat flux. So this map shows the soil heat flux wherever the wet region is there. There we can see more soil heat flux. Wherever dry region is there, we can see very less soil heat flux. And even coming to the sensible heat flux, sensible heat flux is a parameter where there is a difference in the temperature. For example, whenever we go for the temperature of the surface, so that is very high. Whenever we go for the temperature of the air, that is less. So because of the difference in the temperature, energy difference takes place, and energy emit from the surface. So because of that, sensible heat flux will emit from that particular region. So wherever the difference is high, so there we can see more sensible heat flux. Where the difference is less, there we can see less sensible heat flux. Next. So coming to the latent heat flux. So latent heat flux is the output of energy residual from the net radiation, soil heat flux, and sensible heat flux. And then finally, by using making use of latent heat flux, the evapotranspiration map is generated. So here also we can see that wherever the water is available abundantly, there we can see more actual evapotranspiration, and where the exposed rock is there we can see very less actual evapotranspiration. Next. So finally, the results were compared with the Google Earth's E-flux data for actual evapotranspiration, and we found that the Haskell value of 0.9, and it shows that whatever the results are obtained that are reliable. Next. So coming to the conclusion, here actual evapotranspiration was calculated on 9th February 2014 at an spatial resolution of 30 meters. That is one of the advantage of this research. That too at 16-bit radiometric resolution. So many data are there, and they are giving the actual evapotranspiration nowadays, but they are giving at a spatial scale of 1 kilometer resolution. And this is one of the advantage, and because of that we can calculate actual evapotranspiration at the field scale, and directly we can use this data for calculation of crop water requirement because of the very good resolution which is available because of the Landsat, and Landsat images are also available at free of cost. Anybody can use the algorithm, and anybody can calculate the actual evapotranspiration. And also we can make use of this data for online irrigation management. So that's it. This is all about the project. Next. So these are some of the references which were used while carrying out the research. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dear participants, any questions? Anybody is working in similar areas? Please try to ask now, at least. GIS anyway is a common tool. Anybody can use that software, not only for this particular application. Previous speaker also used same QGIS. Even you can use for waste management also. But I don't know why you have projected only results for 2014. Afterwards, you have not got any data.
Yes, sir. It is there, but for this conference, I had put only this data. Yes.
Okay. But our farmers are knowledgeable. When you supply this data in terms of these maps, they can make out something, or you have to come up with some ready to understand statements so that they can know about this evapotranspiration.
Yes, some awareness needs to be created, sir. Nowadays, many farmers are
you have to conduct some workshops.
Not workshops, sir. I think workshop won't help. The better is my suggestion is nowadays everyone is using cell phones.
No, that's one thing. Another thing important. Have you moved in this particular area?
Yes.
Some areas you went.
Yes.
But there is no way of ground truth verification.
Yes.
So, have you put any alternative experimental means in order to assess that particular latent heat or something? You have done something, and from the remote sensing data, and then already available by Google Earth, something you have compared. But that is not enough. As a researcher, you are doing PhD.
Yes, yes.
No, ground truth verification.
Yes, sir.
You have to have something else. Independently, you should get those numbers and then compare with your remote sensing so that you can believe the remote sensing data.
Yes.
The remote sensing, if at all, they have already brought in some errors or mistakes in the data. You are basing all your interpretation based on that data.
Yes, sir.
At the most, you have that E-flux data, then you are comparing.
Yes.
That's not enough. You please think of at least to move physically in some area, protect all your instruments, and then you can have someone local guide to measure something.
Okay.
Now, all these can be measured.
Yes.
A little extra investment, so that it is a perfect verification.
Yes.
Ground truth verification.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next participant, Pinky there.
Laser point.
Good afternoon. I am Pinky Dev, Assistant Professor of Sharadishwar Technology. I am presenting paper ID GES 1092, utilization of fly ash and rice husk ash in cold mix asphalt as filler. This is the outline of my presentation. Now, I am going to introduce my topic. In this context, where transportation engineering evolves to energy saving, affordable and friendly environment practices, cold mix asphalt consisting of waste materials serves as suitable technique. Actually, cold mix asphalt is a type of road construction technology which is sustainable and it is environment friendly due to we are using bitumen emulsion as a binder, which does not require any kind of heating, and we can mix it in ambient temperature. Next. Bitumen emulsion is a substance where substantial amount of bitumen is suspended in a finely divided form of globules of 0.5 to 50 micron in presence of emulsifier. There are three types of bitumen emulsion: anionic, cationic, and non-ionic emulsion. According to ICGEST 100, there are 5 grades of bitumen emulsion. They are rapid setting 1 and 2, medium setting, slow setting 1, and slow setting 2. There are lots of advantages of cold mix asphalt, like it can easily transported to a long hauling distance. It can easily construct in hilly areas, and it can mix with damp aggregate also, which is not possible for conventional hot mix asphalt. However, it having some major disadvantages, like with early lifespan mainly caused by trapped water, high air void content of compacted mixture, and the long curing time required to achieve the final strength. These are my objective of my study, to determine the optimum water content and optimum binder content for CMA, means cold mix asphalt, with fly ash and rice husk ash filler. To determine the Marshall stability and Marshall quotient of cold mix asphalt using the above mentioned filler. Then to determine the indirect tensile strength and moisture susceptibility of cold mixes, and to determine the rutting resistance of cold mix asphalt with this filler. And finally, a cost analysis was carried out. These are the materials which I have used. As a conventional filler, I have used stone dust, and for waste material, I have used rice husk ash and fly ash. These are the I have used cationic bitumen emulsion binder, and the aggregate was a river stone aggregate. These are the physical properties of bitumen emulsion and physical properties of aggregate, which are as per the specification or requirements given in IRC SP 100 2014. This is the brief methodology of my work. First, I have selected the materials for this study, and then test on physical properties. Then prepared the Marshall sample of 1200 gram weight, where I have used 5% filler by weight of mix, and then compare the specimen in Marshall. Compare the Marshall specimen with 50 number of blows on each side of the specimen, and cured the specimen for 3 days at 40 degrees Celsius. And then test was carried out: the Marshall test, indirect tensile test, moisture susceptibility, and rutting test, and finally result analysis and cost calculation. Next. So I have chosen the gradation according to IRC SP 100, which is suggested for wearing coats. The highest size of aggregate is 13.2, and the lowest size of aggregate is 0.075 millimeter. The performance test of CMA mixes was conducted. The Marshall stability test was conducted to measure the strength and to suggest the mix design, which was conducted as per ASTM D6927, and approximately 1200 gram aggregate was taken. And the Marshall stability test, we have found the optimum binder content according to bitumen content for maximum stability, bitumen content for maximum unit weight of compacted mix, and bitumen content for 4% air weight. This is the image for the preparation of Marshall specimen. This is the Marshall mix and Marshall specimen. The specimen was 100 millimeter diameter, and the height of specimen is 63.5 millimeter. The indirect tensile strength also carried out to determine the tensile properties of mix as per ASTM D6931, and that ITS was calculated by 2 Pmax by pi tt. Pmax is the maximum load at failure,
and T is the thickness and diameter of the sample. Most susceptible test was carried out according to ASO T283, and the tensile strength ratio was observed by conditioned sample and ratio of conditioned sample and unconditioned sample. The conditioning was done at minus 16 degrees Celsius for 16 hours, and then subsequently soaking the sample at 60 degrees Celsius for in water bath, and then finally the condition tensile strength was observed. The rating test was used to determine the permanent deformation of asphalt mix, and it was conducted according to ASO T324, and the specimen size was 150 mm dia and 63.5 millimeter dia, and the steel wheel was passed over the sample of 8 into 1.85 inch, and it is allowed to provide a load of 705 plus minus 4.5 Newton on the specimen. And the rad depth was obtained with a wheel passes of 50 numbers per minute. And the specific test temperature was 60 degrees Celsius, and the boundary condition of this test is 10,000 wheel passes. This is the progress in rating test. Here, two consecutive samples were placed, and the wheel was allowed to pass over the samples. Then I am going to discuss the results. This is the results for Marshall stability of CM mixes at different dosage of bitumen emulsion. Here, the bitumen emulsion dosage was varied from 7 to 10% with an increment of 0.5%. And the Marshall stability test was conducted. And the results are reported here. We can observe that for conventional stone dust filler, the optimum binder content is achieved at 8% binder content, bitumen emulsion content. However, for Rice's cache, it is achieved at 9% bitumen emulsion content. For fly ash also it is 8%. Here, one thing we can observe that for Rice's cache, it required higher binder content because of high porosity in the Rice's cache particles. These are the volumetric properties which are calculated by certain formulas, specific formulas. This is the Marshall quotient value. It is actually observed to determine the stiffness of mix. It is determined by Marshall stability by flow value. And here it is observed that higher stiffness is achieved for fly ash filler mix. However, for stone dust it is lowest stiffness, showing lower stiffness, which is mainly due to the pozzolanic properties of fly ash, which is enhance the performance when it is used in mix. These are the indirect tensile strength and TSR value tensile strength ratio of CMM mixes made with Rice's cache filler. Here, for each percentage of binder content, the indirect tensile test was carried out, and the highest indirect tensile test was obtained at optimum binder content only at 9%. And it is observed that at 9% and 9.5%, the tensile strength ratio was above 80%, which is desirable because it is given by ASO T283. The minimum requirement for tensile strength ratio is 80%. The ITS and most susceptible CMM mixes with fly ash filler also showing the similar trend, and it is showing the best results at optimum binder content, which is obvious. But here we can observe that with the previous graph also, here the indirect tensile strength and tensile strength ratio is higher as compared to Rice's cache. It is mainly due to the presence of calcite within the fly ash filler. This is the rat resistance of CMM mixes with different fillers. It is showing that for stone dust and Rice's cache, the highest rat depth is obtained. However, the lowest rat depth is obtained for fly ash filler. It is mainly due to the stiffness of binder. Lowest rat depth means it shows less deformation whenever it is subjected to traffic load. Now, a cost analysis was carried out or for a single lane road of 3.75 meter of 40 mm thick wearing force for 1 kilometer road, and the density of aggregate was assumed 1.5 tons per cubic meter as per daily rate of schedule, and based on this criteria, the cost was calculated. Here, cost calculation of mix with different fillers are given. Here first the bulk density was taken from Marshall stability test, and according to bulk density, like 1000 for 1 kilometer road into thickness 0.04 into thickness into density, and the 1 kilometer road will find the quantity of mix, and then quantity of bitumen emulsion. Here only we observe that optimum binder current, because for that mix only we are going to use. So here the quantity of bitumen emulsion is 23.75, 24.24 and so on. The cost of bitumen emulsion was 50,500 as per the rate given by Meghalaya Bitchem Private Limited, and the cost of fillers are also given. And finally we have found that the fly ash having the lowest cost or most cost effective, which is 7,196.55 rupees per ton, which has included the contractor profit, water charges, labor charges, machinery charges, everything. Now I'm going to conclude my study. The master stability of CMA with rice husk and fly ash filler is 20.32%, 25.99%, higher at 9% and 8% optimum binder content than conventional filler mix, and the Marshall quotient value of CMA with stone dust, rice husk and fly ash are 1.93, 2.68 and 3.01 kilonewton per millimeter. Here you can one thing I need to highlight that the Marshall quotient value for stone dust filler is not desirable, because as per MOD the desirable value is 2 to 5 kilonewton per millimeter. So only the desirables are rice husk filler and fly ash filler. The indirect tensile strength of mixed with rice husk and fly ash is 15.5% and 25% higher than cold mix aspar made with stone dust filler, and the moisture susceptibility of mixes are 71.22%, 81.95%, 84.51% respectively at OBC. The rotting resistance of CMA with rice husk and fly ash is 1.66%, 52.16% higher than the CMA made with conventional stone dust. As per the cost analysis, the mixture with fly ash is 10.11% and 0.16% more cost effective than cold mix made with rice husk and stone dust filler. Finally, the incorporated fillers have improved the performance of CMA and proved desirable in all aspects, and it is found that the fly ash is the most cost effective as per the study. These are some limitation of my study. The study is only limited to laboratory experimentation. However, the field trials are also necessary to know the response of cold mix when it is subjected to temperature or environmental fluctuation. The structural design and modeling of flexible pavement incorporating the CMA mixes is also suggested. However, this is also further extended to analyze the microstructural behavior of mix, which results in the improvement of the strength. These are some references. Thank you.
Thank you. Hot mix is better or cold mix is better?
Sir, in performance, hot mix is better, but the thing is, as sustainable it is one of the sustainable technology. Nowadays, CRRI is also working. So, to replace the use of hot mix, we can use the cold mix as well. But we need to improve its properties also, sir.
But the strength gain will be fast in hot mix or in cold mix?
Strength gaining is faster in hot mix, but long-term strength is higher for cold mix, sir.
Cold mix, based on your laboratory investigations.
Yes, sir. Because it needs more curing, sir.
Okay. It requires more curing.
Yes, sir.
But you please go back to the table where you have mentioned that the price per ton. Your bitumen emulsion. Your bitumen emulsion is in liquid form.
Yes, sir.
That means 1 ton we have to pay 50,500.
Yes, sir. The cost, rupees per ton.
Okay. What is the difference between stone dust and quarry dust? Both are same?
Same, sir. That is actually this stone dust is for reverse stone dust, because this research was conducted in Silchar. There is only available aggregate is reverse stone. So I have used reverse stone dust.
You already did PhD?
Yes, sir.
From NIT Silchar?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But Our IRC has any codes regarding the CMA?
Yes, sir. IRC SP 100 2014.
People are using in fields?
Sir, actually, only single code, and it is only for maintenance and all the things. It is under research only, sir.
Okay, not entire stretch, they are not.
No, only Sierra I have constructed 2 or 3 trials. One in Rajasthan, one in Assam, and one in another place, I think. Just to observe their sustainability in field.
Sustainability is one thing, and then after rain falling on
Yes,
this,
yes, yes, sir.
any leaching, and then if that water moves with other rainwater and then mixing streams or joining the groundwater bodies, anybody has done those analysis?
No, sir.
Because that is also very, very important. No?
Yes, sir.
Sustainability is one thing. In the name of sustainability, you cannot add so many contaminants to the groundwater bodies, right?
Yes.
That study no one has taken up.
That's why, sir, while constructing, raining is not desirable, sir. Even for hot mix as well, also we can't construct during the rain, so it's not desirable.
Okay, a lot has to be done.
Yes, sir.
In this field. Okay, fine.
Very less people are working in that area, sir.
Okay, fine, fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hemlata.
Yes. To all the dignitaries, I am Vedvati Kakar and we both are from Vishwakarma Institute of Technology, Pune. Hemlata Karne is our guide and now we are in third year and the paper which was written, it was written when we were in second year of our BTech. So our paper ID is GS2031 Essential Oil Extraction from Orange and Lemon Peel. So, as we all know, 1/3 of the food which is there in the year, which is there in the world, is wasted every year. So that means that food wastage is the most important issue which we are facing right now. Now, when we look in the citrus fruit manufacturing industries, so the citrus fruits, the weight of that fruit, so 50 to 60% of that weight is occupied by the peels. So, thus, that was our motto behind doing this research and experimental work. All of us know that we eat lemons and oranges and limes. So, we just thought of using the peels of oranges and lemons and then extracting essential oil from them so that we can use the essential oil for various applications which we are working on right now in our third year. Uh, so yes, moving ahead with the essential oil. So in case of oranges and lemons, the essential oil, maximum composition of essential oil is focused in the flavado part of the peel, which is the outer layer of the peel. And a little amount is there in the leaves and seeds as well. So we have used Soxhlet method of extraction for extracting the essential oil and characterization is done using GCFID. Now we have used Soxhlet extraction method. You can move on to the next slide. Yeah. Yes. So first we started with the zest of orange peels. Now here we took various permutations and combinations. First we cut the peels in small pieces and then we dried up the peels. But the output which we were getting was very low. And thus we went ahead with the zest of the peels for both lemons and oranges. Now, the essential oil of both lemons and oranges, according to literature, has this essential volatile component called limonin. The characteristic feature about limonin is that it is antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and the specific perfume or the specific flavor which we get from oranges and lemons, it is because of that limonin. And hence we went ahead with the characterization of limonin, which is there in orange and lemon peels in the highest amount. So essential oils basically have terpenes. They are 50 to 90%, then aldehydes and esters. So limonin is a major terpene, which is there in orange and lemon peels. Then we did Soxhlet extraction, and yeah.
these were the results. So we carried out 7 runs. Out of those 7 runs, we changed the temperature, then we changed solvent. We have used N-hexane and ethanol. Now, why N-hexane and ethanol and why not other solvents? That is because, as I said, we wanted specifically limonene. So N-hexane has this characteristic that it gives very narrow range of separating power, and hence we can separate limonene in a better effective way. Also, it boils at 68 degrees Celsius and ethanol boils at 78 degrees Celsius, whereas limonene it boils at 178 degrees Celsius. So we can easily extract it. And the best output which we could get was for run 4, which is almost 73% of the yield, and we carried out the same thing for lemon, and it was 76% yield which we got. And then in order to check the accuracy of our parameters and readings, we carried out multiple runs in order to check the accuracy. Moving on. Yes, so all I would like to say that in this era, more focus is shared on the eco-friendly and sustainable methods, and thus our research work, the experimental work, will somewhat focus on the eco-conscious way of extracting essential oil. So here, that was all for the extraction part. Now the best 2 samples which we got from orange, which was orange with N-hexane and lemon with N-hexane, that we gave for characterization. So my fellow mate will continue with the characterization part.
Moving on to the next. Yeah. So after conducting various runs and then we decided to conduct an analysis, that is characterization for our extracted oil. So we had many options like HPLC, GCMS, GCFID, but we chose GCFID because it has very high sensitivity to our volatile organic compounds. It has high selectivity, and the data that it provides is very accurate to our to the data that we got from the other study. So for GCFID, it was done by the GCFID process. It was done in Velia Labs, which is situated in Pune, Maharashtra, where the samples were provided and the labs conducted various tests, and then the results have been mentioned in the paper, and we have shown them in the PPT as well. So these were the chromatograms that we obtained after the GC. So the first, that is the highest peak, is of the solvent, and then the second highest peak that we can see in the orange is due to the limonene content that is present in the orange. Similarly, for the lemon, the first highest peak is due to the solvent, and the next highest peak that we got is 7.364 is due to the limonene present in lemon peel. Moving ahead. So these are the results of our characterization for limonene, that is for both dextrorotatory and levorotatory, both isomers. The content was 80% of limonene present in our extract, and the retention time was about 7.370 minutes. And for lemon, for both dextro and levorotatory, the content was 70%, and the retention time was around 7.364 minutes. So that was all about our project and what we had done in our research during the last year. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, good. Your grade did doctorate?
No, we both are BTech students in 3rd year.
But your advisor, I'm asking about your advisor. She's a PhD from some IIT or?
No, not from IIT.
Okay, good. Are you thinking of scaling up?
Yes. Yes. Okay. So as I said earlier, so why we have used Soxhlet extraction? That is the main reason, because in Soxhlet extraction the efficiency is more, and we can scale it up easily by automation, and hence we, in the first place itself, we use Soxhlet so as to test if we are getting higher yield of limonene. And now after extraction of essential oil, we are thinking of implementing it, integrating it in a chocolate. So orange flavored chocolates are not usually easily available in the market, and we are thinking of integrating it in a white chocolate. using the kokum, what we call butter. So we are still working on it. It's not.
It's good.
Yeah.
This oil may be used in pharmaceuticals also.
Yeah, it is used, but I have no idea where
What about
exactly.
cosmetics?
It has been widely used in cosmetics, but the limonene that is extracted from the orange peel, that is not used. The extract that we get from the that is prepared chemically or maybe industrially, that is used in the cosmetic industry right now. So, if to make it more ecological or maybe more eco-friendly and for our health, we can input this extracted oil in the cosmetic industry.
Okay, good idea. You have a bright future. Please go ahead. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Resistivity property of polymer-based cement nanocomposite by Rupa AK. Okay.
लेजर लेजर ले वो ಮಾಡ್ತೀಂಗ वो ಆಗಿದ್ರೆ ಹೆಡ್ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಇದು ರೋಡ್ ಇದೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಚಲೋ ಇದು ಚಲೋ ಈ ಕಡೆ ಸೆನ್ಸಾರ್ ಕಡೆ
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Parveen. I am from KLE Technological University, BUP, and title of my research is Piezoresistivity Properties of Polymer-Based Cement Nanocomposite, and authors are Rupa AK and Dr. M. Munchad, and myself, Parveen, and Mohammad Furqan Mullah. And today in this session, I am going to cover introduction, objectives, experimental details, results and discussion, and conclusion part. And coming up to introduction part, let us know what is nanotechnology. Nanotechnology is a field of science and technology that mainly deals with the materials and structures at a nanoscale, typically involving objects in nanoscale of in nanometers. Examples are nanoparticles, nanofibers, and nanoclays. And nanocomposites are materials that incorporates nanoparticles, typically at less than 100 nanometers in size. And in our research, we have used polymer nanocomposites. Polymer nanocomposites are nothing but nanoparticles with involvement of polymers, improving strength, flexibility, etc. And in our research, we have used epoxy-based nanocomposites. And these are types of nanocomposites, and they are mainly organic, inorganic, and carbon-based. In our research, we have used carbon-based nanotubes, that is MWCNT, and single-walled carbon nanotubes, that is graphene. And let us know detail about what is MWCNT and SWCNT. Carbon nanotubes are cylindrically large molecule, consist of a hexagonal arrangement of hybridized carbon atoms, which may be formed by rolling of carbon atoms in a single sheet. If it is a single sheet, that is graphene. If that sheet is a multi-layer, it is called known as MWCNT. And piezoresistivity is we have used the concept of piezoresistivity in monitoring the health of the structure. Piezoresistivity is nothing but change in resistance of the structure applied to the mechanical stresses. And from this technique, we can know the health. We can monitor the health of the structures. And the objective of our research is to develop the self-sensing cement-based polymers and nanocomposites using nanomaterials such as graphene, MWCNT, and CNTs, and to carry out experimental details to evaluate mechanical properties of cement-based polymers and nanocomposites, and to perform comparative mechanical and electrical properties of epoxy-based composites and nanocomposites. We are comparing the use of graphene and MWCNT, how it differs in strengthening the concrete, and to conduct the microstructural analysis such as SEM and EDS to understand the morphological and chemical compositions. And in our research, we used materials OPC of 43 grade conforming to IS 269 2015, and we have used river sand of zone 3, And as I said, we have used nanomaterials such as graphene, MWCNT, and CNF, and we have used epoxy resin IL12, hardener, and aluminum mesh and copper wire is used as electrode to measure the piezoresistivity properties. And this is the preparation of sample. First, we have done the sonication. Sonication is nothing but removal. It is done for the removal of done for the removal of van der Waals forces. Van der Waals forces is a weak intermolecular attraction between atom and molecule. From from the method of sonication that can be dissolved, and we have used distilled water and 0.05% of graphene or and MWCNT and 0.05% of CNTs, and one sample we have used without epoxy and one sample we have used with epoxy. And this is a specimen composition. We have casted cube of size 70 mm by 70 mm by 70 mm as per IS 4031 part 6. And cube composition, it consists of only cement and sand of ratio 1:1. And we have 4 samples in cubes, that is S1, S2, S3, S4. In S1 we have not used epoxy, only it contains graphene as a nanomaterial. And in sample S2 we have added the epoxy of 0.05% of by weight. And similarly you can see in sample composition details for the beams of size 80 mm by 20 mm by 20 mm as per ASTM C2293. And this beam composition is also done at a ratio of 1:1, and we have named it as S5, S6, S7, S8. Similarly, as there in cube, we have added epoxy for S6, and S8 we have added epoxy. This is schematic representation. In step 1, we have taken nanomaterials, and we have we have added epoxy and hardener to 40 ml distilled water, and further it is proceeded to sonication for 60 minutes at a temperature of 48 degrees Celsius. And we have thoroughly homogeneously mixed with cement and sand, and further it is casted in a mold fitted with electrode. As you can see that these are the specimens after preparation, after casting, and we have prepared cube specimen and beam specimen, and further it is subjected to curing. And this is the section of how we have placed the electrodes. We have used copper electrodes, 3 copper electrodes, and aluminum mesh to measure the piezoresistivity properties. And this is the schematic representation. And our experimental setup mainly consists of electromechanical test on cube and beam, and such as specimen subjected to flexural and compression loading to evaluate self-sensing properties. We have conducted compression test on cube, flexural test on beams, and SEM and DDS were performed on the samples to know the morphological and microstructural images. And these are the results of piezoresistive properties of cubes. In S1, as I said earlier, it is a composition of graphene without epoxy, and S2 is a composition with using graphene plus epoxy. And S3 and S4 are the samples. And here in S3 we have used MWCNT without epoxy, and in S4 we have used MWCNT plus addition of epoxy. As you can see that when epoxy is mixed with the nanomaterials, the stresses are increased, which help the specimen to carry load, to carry higher load. It is observed that decrease in electrical resistance as load increases, because metal is stressed when compression is increased. At failure load, lowest resistivity is observed. And for beams, we have conducted the piezoresistivity test. When beam samples are subjected to flexural loading, the increase in resistance due to applied load is shown in the figure. And we have obtained same results with addition of epoxy, that is increase in flexural strength with addition of epoxy. And this schematic representation of our results. And we have conducted compression test and flexural test on samples. the specimen S6 and S8, that is having greater compression strength and flexure strength compared to S5 and S7 due to addition of epoxy. And epoxy has played an important role in increasing the strength with the addition of nanomaterials. The increase in compression strength and flexure strength was found to be about 15% in cement and epoxy composite compared to other composite. And the epoxy and nanoparticles have greater strength and elastic modulus compared to plain cement. And epoxy has played an important role in supporting load acting on composites and reduce the lateral deformation in composites. And this we have performed SEM scanning electron microscopy test on the samples, and we have seen the agglomeration and the presence of graphene and MWCNT, which is responsible for strengthening and stiffness, and CNF has a role in increasing the resistivity properties of the specimen, which helps in knowing the health of the structure. And we have also performed EDX energy EDX, and we have observed that higher peak were observed of calcium, aluminum oxides, and carbon. If carbon, we have observed that higher percentage of carbon is responsible for conductivity, and oxidation is responsible for in presence of oxygen, and chlorine reduces the resistivity properties. And finally, I would like to conclude that the primary objective of the study was to develop the self-sensing cement-based polymer, and piezoresistivity has increased with the addition of graphene IMWCNT with epoxy. And we have and health monitoring potential. The fluctuation in resistivity is responsible to load variation, holds promising for health monitoring of structure and composite materials. And these are the references of my study. And finally, I would like to thank all the authors who has guided me and supported for this research. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you doing PhD or MTech?
No, sir. MTech, sir.
Final year. Okay. You are about to submit the report.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go back. You have casted cubes and then beams.
Cubes and beams.
But how you have loaded your beam?
With the compression testing machine, sir.
Just go back and show me the dimensions, a cube as well as beam.
Yes.
Okay. No, but you developed the sensors and then you could able to insert these sensors in the cube as well as in the beam.
Yes, sir.
The sensors could able to respond?
Yes, sir. We have connected multimeter, sir. Based on the loading, that multimeter showed fluctuations. As in when we have subjected cube to compression testing machine, sir, resistivity drops. It indicates that the specimen is about to fail, sir. As compared to in beam, sir, resistivity kept on increasing. That increase in resistivity has
loading. How you have done
with the
3-point loading?
Yes, sir.
Support and central loading for the beam.
Yes, sir.
And then one more important thing: why you use 43 grade cement? Nobody is using now in the practice 53.
Yes, sir.
Why you use it? That was available in the lab. That's why
Yes,
you used it. No, don't do that. When you are using these nano composites and all, first of all, they are so costly.
Yes, sir.
And then again, you are using that 43 grade cement. You should have used a 53 grade. You could have requested some guy, construction must be happening in and around or even in your inside campus.
Yes, sir.
Don't use 43. You should use minimum 53 grade concrete.
Okay.
Sorry, cement.
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Any questions from the audience? No one is asking questions. Huh? Only delegates are there here. I think your students also moved out, I think. Anyway, good presentation. Are you writing any journal paper?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are continuing this study for retrofitting also.
Retrofitting
we are,
in the campus or outside?
In campus only, sir.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Fine.
Thank you.
Okay, the last paper, evaluation of hydrodynamic cavitation for treatment of mixed textile dye wastewater, author V.S. Kul. I request the delegates to stay back because the certification, the certificates will be issued to you. So please stay back.
Good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Vivek Kore, I am pursuing my PhD under Professor Mandre at BITS Pilani, Goa campus. And this is part of my PhD work, uh, hydrodynamic cavitation based treatment for textile dye wastewater. Uh, so this is the outline of my presentation. Next. So this some background is mentioned over here. So what is the problem with the textile industry is that textile industry uses significant quantities of dye, and not all that dye is absorbed on the surface or attached to this cloth. Around 20% is lost in the water with the water, and that becomes a pollution problem. And some of the literatures I have gone through, and it has been observed that these dyes are harmful to both aquatic animals and as well as toxic and carcinogenic in nature. So that is why we thought of taking up this topic. And another issue with this textile wastewater is even though you can treat it in conventional treatment plant, but conventional treatment plant will only degrade the degradable component of the wastewater. Uh, Textile dye being a complex molecule doesn't get degraded, and therefore it accumulates in the environment. Some of it may degrade, but its degradation rate is very slow, and eventually the net rate of accumulation will increase with time. Next, please. So this is concept of hydrodynamic cavitation, where we force liquid at high velocity through a cavitation device, which is generally a orifice plate or a venturi with a small opening. And what happens in the throat section is that the pressure at the throat section drops down below the vapor pressure of water. And as a result of that, some amount of water gets vaporized and forming micro bubbles. And some of these bubbles eventually travel further, and as pressure recovers, some of these bubbles get implode, whereas some of these bubbles get together and form a larger bubble which do not implode. So these imploding bubbles, what they do, they create pressure shock wave in the nearby region, and that causes generation of radicals, hydroxyl radicals to be particular, um, as well as hotspot and high pressure. Hotspot is also formed for a millisecond. So if any pollutant is there, a pollutant molecule is there in this vicinity, so it gets destroyed as a result of hotspot, then free radicals and shock wave. So these three main principles are there in hydrodynamic cavitation process. So over here, we are looking it as a advanced oxidation process because of involvement of free radicals. You can add various kinds of oxidants available in the water. So directly adding oxidant will carry out some part of oxidation, but when you add it into hydrodynamic cavitation process, large number of free radicals are generated. If you use sulfate-based oxidant, then sulfate radicals will be formed. Hydrogen peroxide, if it is used, hydroxyl radicals are generated in a larger quantity. So what is the advantage of adding oxidizing agent is you can enhance the production of free radicals which help in degradation of dyes. Please. So the brief objectives I have mentioned to evaluate the performance of a venturi as a hydrodynamic cavitation device. Then we have considered two oxidants which are more popular, that is hydrogen peroxide, sodium persulfate. Very little work is there. So we have used over here, and we have studied the effect of process parameter such as inlet pressure at the venturi, then pH, then process time at last. So this is the schematic of the setup where we fill up the tank with water, and then we make the water circulate through this cavitation device, and cavities are generated at this location. So it's a recirculating system. Next please. So this is the actual setup where you can see the tank over here and this cavitation device installed in the line. Next. So this is the geometry of cavitation device. So important thing is that this diverging angle plays a very important role. So as per some studies, this has to be in the range of 6 to 6.5 degrees, so that large number of cavities are generated. This is the actual venturi that we have used. So hole diameter is approximately 2 mm. Next. So selection criteria we have defined: good water solubility, that is of course there, difficult to degrade, used in significant quantities, and degradation studies not widely reported. So we have consulted with some textile industries and accordingly selected the dyes which are mentioned in the next slide. So first one is reactive yellow 84 with very high molecular weight. Next one. Then reactive black 5. 656 molecular weight. Next. And reactive violet 5. This is also again a high moderate molecular weight compound. Next one. So this is for control experiment we have kept equal concentrations. Sodium chloride is added into this water because during textile dyeing, sodium chloride is added as a part of process because it pushes the dye molecules towards the fabric. Sodium carbonate is added to maintain alkaline pH. Textile wastewater is generally alkaline in nature with pH around 10 or 9. In some cases, extremely high pH is there. So in our case, we have taken extremely high pH of 11. So detergent is there because once the textile dyeing is done, it is washed, and as a result of washing process, this detergent comes into wastewater. So that also interferes. Now, issue with these ingredients is that these ingredients, particularly 4 to 7, make biological processes difficult to happen for degrading the dyes. Next. So this is cavitation number calculation at various inlet pressures. So for cavitation to happen, the CV number should be below 1. So in this case, for all the inlet pressures ranging from 2 to 8 kgf per centimeter square, we have CV values less than 1, which indicates that cavitation is happening. Next one. Now, out of the selected pressure ranges, so significant degradations were obtained at 4, 5, 6, and 7. Below that, the COD reduction was not good at all. So maximum we got degradation at 7 kg per centimeter square pressure with highest COD reduction. So there are two ways to look at this degradation. So either you can report decolorization. So most of the people report decolorization. And the further part, if you go further part, then COD reduction is to be measured. So directly we have mentioned here COD reduction. Next. Now here we have measured the extent of decoloration as well. So here pH 7, we have carried out experiment compared this because wastewater discharge requires the pH to be around 7. So precisely speaking, 6.5 to 8.5 is permissible limit as per Central Pollution Control Board. So we haven't done any experiment on the acidic side. because already textile dye is having alkaline pH. So going to the acidic side and then again coming back to the pH 7 would not be cost effective. So that is why we have done with pH 7, and with sodium persulfate we got better degradation of all the dyes. Next one. So this again same thing is shown over here as a comparison of degradation. So what is observed over here that reactive violet 5 is easily degradable, so it can degrade to maximum extent, whereas black 8 85% degradation. The least degradable was reactive yellow 84 dye. So this is the spectra of treatment using before and after treatment. So this one is before treatment, this one is after treatment. Next one. This one is for sodium persulfate before and after, showing the significant degradation. So this was only for up to 90 minutes. Next. Then effect of pH when sodium persulfate is used. So almost most of the oxidant the efficiency decreases with the increase in pH. So that is a general observation. So most of the previous work report hydrogen peroxide or any other oxidant to be working good in the pH range of 3 or 2 like that. But here we are not going for that. So best operating pH would be 7 in our case. Next one. So this slide shows the effect of process time and the actual samples. So over here you can see this. This is the sample before treatment, because it's a mixed dye, so it's dark in color. And after treatment with sodium persulfate, we get significant decolorization. However, decolorization doesn't indicate COD reduction. So we have studied the COD reduction for a longer process time, and almost 70% degradation was obtained after 360 minutes. The dose we used was 2.5 gram per liter, so that was found to be sufficient dose for degrading the mixed dyes. Next one. So these are the broad conclusions. So hydrodynamic cavitation is not that much efficient as a standalone process, so you must couple it with some oxidant to get better results. Then as far as pH is concerned, pH is an important parameter, and treatment near pH 7 is more suitable. The issue over here is longer treatment time is required, that is 360 minutes, roughly 6 hours for getting significant degradation, but we don't have any option. So we are trying to get this treatment time less with some modifications in setup. So that is work in progress. Please. So these are the references that I have used. Next. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, please go back to your conclusions. The first one. Is there any way of increasing the efficiency?
So cavitation device we can change. So some detailed CFD studies are required. So that is possible. So there are new cavitation devices are coming out, just like vortex diode. So with that you can get better cavitation results.
But in the industry, people are using this HC.
Not yet. At least for water treatment they are not using, but for biodiesel production it is being used.
No, but for treatment, especially wastewater treatment, wherein you have these textile dyes.
Yeah.
People are using this in industry, any one industry?
No, not yet.
But it has a bigger scope?
Yeah. Scope is because, so this is the last option, I would say. Because conventional treatment processes will be cost effective, With this, you will have a significant amount of treatment costs, and that is the major bottleneck with this particular technology. But the problem is that conventional treatment processes cannot address the degradation of textile dyes.
Okay, non-degradable in
Yeah,
case.
yeah. So it may appear that you have some 2000 COD, and then after treatment you are getting 200 COD, but the dye molecules are still as it is there. So that is the issue over here.
Okay, anyway, you are trying something new.
Yeah.
But please just see that. Okay, but when you want to scale up, there you may face a lot of difficulties, right?
Yeah, yes,
to make it more efficient, this particular process.
Yes, yes.
But I also the first time.
Yeah.
Our people are also doing, even Professor Chate is also doing a lot. He is also publishing a lot of paper, especially for drugs related wastewater.
We have also checked the COD, BOD COD ratio, that is less than 0.15.
Yeah. Any questions from audience? For them also it is new, I think. Okay, you are doing PhD from civil department or chemical?
Chemical department.
Chemical. That's why you are good in chemistry and all. Okay, fine. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank all the delegates, the participants who have presented their work. I would like to thank GR Dodgodar sir for giving the keynote address and also giving the suggestion to the authors regarding their papers. And also, I would like to thank Dr. V.R. Chate, co-chair for this particular session, for his patience listening and giving the suggestions. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Professor Raghunath Deshpande to present goodies to Dr. G.R. Dodgodar sir and Dr. Vaibhav Chate. Now I request our chair and co-chair to present the certificates to our offline participants. First, I would like to call Ankita and team to collect the certificate. The work was numerical investigation of plain solar air heater. Next, I would like to call Sanket Hanji and his team to collect the certificate. The work was monitoring and evaluation of groundwater quality and its mapping using GIS over Belagavi city, Karnataka. I think so. Guide is also here, Professor Shashank Bangi. Next, I would request Professor Shashank Bangi to collect the certificate. The work is estimation of spatial surface energy flux and actual evaporation over Ghataprabha river basin using remote sensing data. Next, I would like to call Pinky D. Utilization of fly ash and rice husk ash in cold mix asphalt as a filler. Next, I would request Hemalata to collect the certificate. The work is essential oil extraction from orange and lemon peel. Last, I would request Rupa AK and his team to collect piezo-resistivity. The work is on piezo-resistivity property of polymer-based cement nanocomposite. I would thank all the participants who have participated offline for this particular session. Thank you all. And there is a lunch arranged in the boys hostel mess, and you can join for the mess. And Hanji will accompany you to the boys hostel.